Let us call us to order.
10 minutes, right? That's
And again, I want to thank everybody for joining us in the third hearing that we're having of the Chamber's AI Commission. I just want to apologize this morning. We've had some technical difficulties that we're trying to work through, where we're trying to deal with different platforms, Microsoft Teams and Zoom and other things as well. So again, thank you for all the work that you're doing and for your diligence on this very important topic. I would like to open our session today with introducing our opening speaker, Congresswoman Eshoo. Congresswoman Eshoo has been an important leader for artificial intelligence issues in Congress. She was instrumental in getting the National AI Research Resource Act passed into law. And that law is an important piece of, or it's an important building block for helping to ensure U.S. competitiveness in this important area. Congresswoman Eshoo is also taking a greater role in artificial intelligence matters in Congress. She recently became vice chair of the AI caucus, and I believe is going to be one of the chairs of the caucus relatively soon. She will be continuing the good work of our chair, former Congressman Delaney, as well as Congressman McNerney. So with that, one housekeeping item before I ask Congresswoman Eshoo to come up here. If you are going to ask questions or if there's anything that you would like to say, please do use the microphones. It's just going to help us as well as the transcriber to pick up your comments and questions. So without further ado, Congresswoman Eshoo, let me ask you to come up. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. How are you? This is, for those that are from distant places from here, this is cold for us. So that's something I'm not in charge of, but I understand in Washington, D.C., it's been pouring rain. And as soon as I heard that, I thought, I wish we would get that because we are really desperate for it. But let me begin by thanking the Chamber, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for hosting this event and for inviting me. A warm welcome to the commissioners. You're in the heart of my congressional district in Silicon Valley, which is, I think many think of this place as the innovation capital, not only of our country, but the world, with such leadership across so many sectors. So a warm welcome to all the commissioners and certainly to my pals, heading up your commission, that we're former colleagues, John Delaney and Mr. Ferguson. And we just had a nice chat about life after Congress. So it's really wonderful to see you. I miss you in the House. Yeah, I truly miss you in the House. So there's a great deal of energy and effort and learning that's focused on ensuring that America is the global leader in AI. And this commission has a really a large part in this effort. So bravo to you. And the importance can't be emphasized enough. I want to kick off today by talking about some trends that I'm watching in the AI space and where I'm focusing my efforts with respect to AI policy. The first trend I would note is that private investment in AI is booming, and this is highly important. And I hope we continue to encourage this investment and couple it with public funding. Having observed this, private investment is concentrated among just a small handful of companies that don't have, not necessarily have an incentive to publicly discuss the risks that are associated with their own AI systems. This means that researchers, policymakers, and the public remain in the dark about ethical, safety, bias, and societal issues related to leading AI systems. And I find this I find that there is amongst the public that there is confusion. And when there's confusion, there are attitudes that can form around those confusions. This means that researchers, policymakers, and the public, I think, need to remain, addressed. We need to speak to all of that. The second interesting trend that I would note is that the general idea behind recent IA advancements has been that more data mean better models. We're beginning to see that this assumption doesn't hold as models grow to astronomical proportions. For example, researchers have shown that as natural language processing models grow beyond certain thresholds, they can lock in or even exacerbate toxicity and bias. The third trend that I would note is that we're seeing a growth in AI systems that can function across multiple domains. For the last decade, most AI was focused on narrow use cases, like playing a game of chess. Increasingly, AI systems like chatbots can operate in a wide range of domains and even in novel environments. This can lead to and unanticipated and harmful outcomes. The one clear implication of these trends is that policymakers, researchers, and leaders in the private sector need to collaborate to address these issues to ensure that AI advancement accrues to the benefit of society, not at the cost of it. Now I'd like to just talk about a few things where I've been focused as incoming co-chair, as was noted, of the Congressional AI Caucus. Congressman McNerney has given terrific leadership and asked if I would take over when he retires from the Congress, and I was really excited about doing so. As you know, AI R&D has three ingredients. It's data, it's computing power, and it's people. While this sounds simple, very simple, few organizations have sufficiently large data sets, powerful enough computing capacity, and people with deep enough expertise to conduct meaningful AI research. To deal with this, many began discussing the idea of pooling resources for AI R&D, but there wasn't agreement on the details, such as where the resources should be housed, what role federal agencies should play, and how privacy and human rights should be protected. After working with Stanford University and the National Security Commission on AI, Senator Portman and I drafted and successfully advanced legislation that the president signed into law that established a task force of leading AI experts from government, from academia, and industry to develop a roadmap for what we call the National AI Research Resource. The NAIR, so now we have another abbreviation of another effort. This task force has been set up. It's been running for a few months now, and we expect them to deliver their first report to Congress this summer. The goal of the task force is to democratize access to the ingredients for AI research: data, computing power, and expertise. And by doing this, the task force will enable countless American researchers and innovators to develop AI tools to bolster our national security, enhance our economic competitiveness, and improve society in countless ways. I recently requested House appropriators to allocate at least $50 million for an NSF pilot program to research the safety and ethical effects of AI-based content moderation and recommendation algorithms on social media and the unexpected negative effects these algorithms can have. Our understanding of these issues I think is far too nascent. So I think that, I'm anxiously awaiting their report. I think it will be highly instructive to us. Finally, I worry a great deal about a rising authoritarian version of AI developments in China and Russia. AI-based surveillance systems are a threat to democratic norms in our society. This is why I've been working with federal agencies and experts at Stanford to understand how we can encourage collaboration with AI researchers in democratically aligned nations. Today, there are so many other efforts in the federal government across an alphabet soup of agencies active on AI issues, including the NSF, NIST, OSTP, and the NIAC. And I don't have to, I don't need to tell you about all of them because you're the experts, and I know you're active across all of these efforts. I'll close by reiterating why the work we're all doing is so critical. As AI becomes more powerful, we have to keep refocusing technological development on our values to ensure that technology improves society. I can't thank you enough for your hard work and your important leadership on this issue. Bravo to the Chamber for taking on this work because you know how critically important this is. So I look forward to working with you to ensure that America will lead the world in AI that so importantly reflects our values and really the greatness of our country. So thank you for inviting me to be with you today. And as Winston Churchill said, forward. So thank you, everyone.
In the heart of her district, and really appreciate her leadership on so many things, including, as we heard, upcoming on artificial intelligence. It's, I think, one of the things that's going to be a really important focus of the Congress and of the federal government, and it's great that she is going to be one of the leaders helping us to chart that course. So our last hearing on this for this commission was a little less than 2 weeks ago at the Cleveland Clinic, and it struck me something that we heard that day from the CEO of the Cleveland Clinic, and he said, he was talking about how AI helped the clinic during the pandemic. And he said, the algorithms we created were the tool that allowed them to prioritize and allowed us to get to the sickest patients when they needed us. That's a great example of the power, the positive power of AI. And I think one of the reasons why I think all of us find this very, very meaningful work that we're doing on this commission. And it was an important reminder to me about why in this country we need to prioritize AI policy and about the importance that co-chair Congressman Delaney and I are working on with this commission. And so pleased that we have such a fabulous membership of experts on this commission, and why I think it's really important for us to develop and think through some of these, what I hope will be bipartisan recommendations around artificial intelligence to help to foster the continued innovation of AI while addressing some of the concerns that would potentially inhibit its adoption. I want to certainly thank all of our presenters today who are going to be sharing their testimony and their thoughts with us. The commission really appreciates all of them taking time out of their work to come and spend time with the commission today. I think our hearing today is going to be a little bit longer than our previous ones, but that's not surprising given the Bay Area, the concentration of high-tech companies and individuals and brains out here that are concentrated in this area. So it's great for the commission to be having a hearing here in Silicon Valley. Looking forward to hearing from folks on how do we address AI? How do we regulate AI and the impacts that will have on the workforce and on our global competitiveness. So with that, I will yield to my co-chair, Mr. Delaney.
Well, thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be with you all today and to be with Congressman Ferguson and the co-chair of this commission. We really appreciate the work you've all done and the opportunity to convene these intelligent sessions with terrific members who come in, or individuals who come and present their insights on the topic. You know, the U.S. technology community is at the center of the discussion around artificial intelligence. But the center of that center is obviously Silicon Valley, where we are. And so this is a unique opportunity. And I appreciate the fact that my co-chair started his remarks by talking about some of the positive aspects of artificial intelligence, what it can mean. Because it's important for us to remember that. Because when this topic comes up, what you typically hear is all the flashing yellow and red lights, which are real and are things we need to consider. But the opportunity for these technologies to fundamentally improve the condition of human life is extraordinary. And as much of our work.
Hold it. I see. I think you're.
Oh, I see.
So the opportunities presented by these technologies are extraordinary. And if you look back across time, clearly innovation and technological innovation in particular has fundamentally improved the condition of human beings. It's lifted billions of people out of poverty. It's extended life. It's taken diseases that used to be almost immediately fatal and made them chronic conditions that could be managed. Innovation has been an extraordinary blessing to the condition of humanity. And there's no reason to believe that cannot continue. If you look at some of the huge problems we face, continued huge numbers of individuals of poverty, the need to decarbonize our world, diseases like Alzheimer's, dementia that are ravaging our society and are at crisis levels. The answers to all of these things, and the way we'll have innovation is by harnessing the powerful computing power that's available to us now with machine learning and artificial intelligence. So while there's certainly things we have to navigate, and there's challenges around bias, around privacy, around the disruptive aspect of innovation. Innovation is enormously creative, creates huge numbers of jobs, but it's also disruptive. These are huge challenges, but it's important for us to remember how we should think about it as an enormous opportunity. And that's why I'm so delighted to be part of this.
Why don't we jump into our first panel? We are already a few minutes behind schedule. And as our commissioners know, John, Delaney, and my biggest task at our hearings is just trying to keep the schedule. So if we have to be the bad guy, we will be. But we're going to try and get going here. And delighted that our first panel, and I'm just going to go in order of this piece of paper in front of me. First, we'll hear from Erik Brynjolfsson. I hope I pronounced that close to properly. Thank you very much. Erik is the Jerry Yang and Akiko Yamazaki Professor and Senior Fellow at the Stanford HAI. Erik, thank you for being here. We'll actually go through each of our panelists first. We'll hear from them, and then we'll get to questions for all three when each of them have a chance to finish. Erik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Co-Chair Ferguson and Co-Chair Delaney, members of the commission. I believe should I aim for about 10 minutes of opening remarks? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, well, I appreciate this opportunity to share and summarize some of my research on the implications of AI for the economy. And I very much agree with Congressman Eshoo's remarks and your remarks. And I want to build on those a little bit. Addressing the opportunities created by AI is one of, I think, by far the most important challenges for business and government over the coming decade. And I'm gratified that the commission is taking these so seriously. I'm going to primarily focus on some of my own research in these remarks, but I want to note that I'm drawing on some work by a lot of other folks at the Stanford Digital Economy Lab and HI and other researchers. As an economist, I believe the grand challenge for the next decade or so is translating technological progress not only into prosperity and productivity, but shared prosperity. And the success on that depends very much on the types of AI that we develop and the policies we put in place. So let me begin by noting that it's long been a goal of researchers and technologists to create human-like AI, that is AI that mimics and matches most of the capabilities of humans. And it's an evocative goal that has inspired a tremendous amount of research, but not all types of AI are human-like. And this makes a surprisingly big difference in the economic outcomes. And that's what I'm going to focus my remarks on. Economists have long made a distinction between economic substitutes and economic complements, or loosely speaking, automation versus augmentation. But only recently have we been able to build machines that are actually very close substitutes to humans. It wasn't technologically or economically feasible before. And that raises some big economic challenges and opportunities. So when I look more closely at the economic implications of these substituting types of AI, three things become clear. First, while AI can create tremendous benefits, the focus on human-like AI is really quite limiting in terms of the potential for raising living standards, overall economic growth. Second, human-like AI is primarily a substitute, not a complement for humans. And substitutes tend to worsen economic inequality and increase concentration of economic and political power. And finally, we can't rely on the market alone to get this right. There are currently excess incentives for using AI as a substitute rather than as a complement among three different groups of people: technologists, business executives and business leaders, and policymakers. So let me just flesh out that argument in a little bit more detail. I've worked with a lot of brilliant entrepreneurs and technologists who've made it a very explicit goal to automate most or all human labor by addressing each of the tasks that humans are currently doing and replacing them with AI. But as a thought experiment, let's imagine that we had succeeded with this thousands of years ago. There's a mythological person named Daedalus who made supposedly robots that could mimic humans. Of course, that was a myth, but suppose that they had succeeded in exactly the mission that many people are aiming for right now. And taking all the tasks that Greeks were doing and automating those. So making clay pottery, completely automated. Weaving tunics, automated. Repairing horse-drawn carts, automated. Burning incense to help ill people, automated. You go through the tasks, it's clear that while you could eliminate the need for human labor, living standards actually wouldn't be raised all that much if we had piles of free clay pots and tunics, et cetera. Most of the progress over time has come not from automating things that we're already doing, but from doing new things. Even though the good news is that labor input would have gone technically to zero and labor productivity would have been, as measured, infinity, that wouldn't have led to infinitely high living standards. So Daedalus's robots would not have created 21st century living standards. The second key point is that using AI to substitute rather than complement increases concentration of economic and political power. In particular, when technology substitutes for human labor, it drives down wages and shifts more incomes to the owners of capital. When a laborer can be replaced by a cheaper machine, he or she has less bargaining power. In contrast, when technology complements humans, that is when it increases the capabilities of what a human can do, combining with the machine, then it increases wages and leads to more widely shared prosperity. Throughout most of history, interestingly, if you look at it, most of tech progress has been in the second category, that is complementing humans. And that's one reason, that's the main reason, that over time, most of the past few hundred years, wages have risen, they haven't fallen. The value of an hour of human labor has gone up and up, although that's changed the past about 20 years or so. Recently, it's been less true, especially for groups that have not only seen falling wages, but also increased what some people call deaths from despair. Ann Case and Angus Deaton describe rising suicide, alcoholism, depression, and drug abuse, especially among Americans with only high school education. In contrast, when technologies complement humans, they create a bigger economic pie, but also one that's more widely shared. Finally, my third point is that three separate groups, technologists, business leaders, and policymakers, currently have excess incentives to develop and use AI as a substitute rather than as a complement. Many, although not all technologies that I talk to are quite focused on specific human benchmarks for their work. And And that target has a lot of power and inspirational power, but it's really very much focused on matching human capabilities. Now, as a professor, I know that it's often hard to think of good research problems for grad students to work on. It's hard to imagine a totally new challenge, but it's far easier to look at something that's already being done by a person and say, hey, let's automate that. There's an existence proof that it's important and it's feasible. And so that's sort of like that easy, I'd say almost lazy way to assign types of research to work on. And we see that quite a bit. Secondly, business leaders have an incentive to replace labor with machines because that increases their profits. They make money in two ways. First off, it increases output, increases productivity, and that's a good thing. It makes the pie bigger. But secondly, it shifts around the rents, the value from labor to capital. So that's kind of a zero-sum game. That's not something that improves things. That net gives them excess incentives because they get some of the benefits just by shifting value from one party in the economy to another party. And finally, policymakers have put in place a variety of policies that systematically favor capital over labor, including favorable tax treatment for capital. So currently in the United States, a business model that employs a lot of workers will pay systematically higher overall taxes than a business model that creates the same amount of output, same amount of value, but with no workers or with very few workers. And since you tend to get less of whatever you tax, our tax system is putting its thumb on the scale for developing and implementing substitutes rather than complements. It's not a level playing field. We're kind of skewing the decision making. In sum, technologists, business leaders, and policymakers all have excess incentives to develop and use AI as a substitute rather than as a complement. Now, I've fleshed out my analysis in a lot more detail in this paper called The Turing Trap. I brought some copies of it. I'm happy to share it with you, but it goes into a little more detail and it cites the research that's behind this. Unfortunately, the future is not at all preordained. In fact, as our tools become more powerful, we have more opportunity to change the world. That requires us to think more deeply about our values and the kinds of AI we want to have developed, the kind of policies we want to have put in place. And the future of AI over the next decade and the future of work depends very much on these choices. Now, I can stop there. I have some specific policy recommendations if you'd like to go into it, or we could do it during the questions, however is most convenient for you all.
If it's okay, let's do that during the Q&A.
Sure, be happy to do that.
And the Q&A is, as my wife always reminds me, it's always the more interesting part than your remarks, Mike.
Absolutely. No, I'm very happy to
He's talking to
hear
me,
the
not
questions.
you.
Yeah.
But, well, next, we'd like to hear from Kathy Baxter. Kathy is the principal architect of ethical AI practice at Salesforce. Salesforce, of course, is well represented here on our commission. And Kathy, we're delighted you're here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am the principal architect of ethical AI practice at Salesforce. My team lives within our Office of Ethical and Humane Use, of which Rachel is also a member of. Our office was created in 2018, and it was founded in the belief that we need to ensure that all of the technology that we are creating, AI or otherwise, needs to be something that is in line with all of our values of trust, customer success, inclusion or equality, and innovation, and now sustainability. In 2019, we published our trusted AI principles. So these are built upon our larger company values, but these are specific to our AI technology. So we believe that our AI needs to be responsible. It needs to protect human rights as well as the data that we are entrusted with. I think one thing that's important to remember is that we are a platform. We don't own our customers' data. We don't touch our customers' data. But one of our other values is empowerment. We believe that it is important that we empower our customers to know how to use our AI responsibly. Our other values are transparency, being clear about how our AI makes the recommendations and predictions that it does, as well as being transparent about how we make our AI. So we publish model cards. I'm sure many of the members here are familiar with these. These are like nutrition labels that tell you how the model was trained, the training data, any bias assessments that we had done, intended uses, unintended uses for the model. We also believe in the importance of accountability, so being accountable to regulations as well as to our customers. So when they ask us for information about our model, then we are able to work with them and help them understand when is the most appropriate use or what is the most appropriate use for our model. And then finally, inclusion, ensuring that when we build our products, we are doing it with everyone in mind, that we are not creating AI that benefits some at the detriment of others. So early on, we made the decision that we would not go into facial recognition. Once we had a product called Einstein Vision, we distinctly decided that we would never train our model on humans or on faces. We have an acceptable use policy that is public, and it states our red lines for the ways that we will allow or not allow our customers to use our product. And so that was the first element that we codified in our acceptable use policy for how we allow or don't allow Einstein, our AI platform, to be used. And we have reached out to our customers to help them understand why it is that we have made that decision. So throughout, my role and my team's role is to work with our product teams to help ensure that when they are building the models, that they understand how do they do this responsibly. They understand how to assess if the training data that they are using is representative. How do we build tools to empower our customers, again, to look at and assess their own data, their own models, and make informed uses or informed decisions of how to use our products. We also work directly with our customers because not all of our customers are lucky enough to have an entire team, an entire office of ethicists and policymakers and data scientists. So we will work directly with them to help ensure that they know how to put ethical processes in place. And then finally, we work with academics like Stanford HCI, nonprofits, and other members of government to share our best practices and our learnings over time, and then learn from the best practices of our peers as well at other companies. So by taking all of these things in, we're very active in publishing what we have learned and helping to ensure that we continue to give back to the community.
Super, thank you very much. Third on this panel, I believe Katya Klinova is going to join us virtually. You know what, we're going to do Q&A with the folks in the room while we sort out our speaker issue here, Katya, so appreciate your patience and stand by. John, if you want to begin the questioning on this round, or if any of our, unless you want to yield to any of the commissioners who want to ask questions of those who we have in the room here.
I do have a question, but I'll yield to my colleagues on the commission for them. Sorry.
Great. Who wants to kick us off? Brent.
Yeah, Brent Rolfe, American Enterprise. I'm curious about Bob's page, how Paul describes best tax policy, right? Best and I've heard that before, and I'm curious as to whether there are other countries that do this that and have policies that are more aligned to capital rather than creating balance.
I guess that's for me. Sure. There are well, the United States was one country that did this in 1986. Taxes were aligned the same for on capital labor, top marginal tax rates for a brief time. They were matching, and then they got out of alignment again. And over time, many countries, including the United States, at the state and federal level, have made big investments in human capital and then lesser investments. At one point, the United States was far and away the leading country investment, first in primary K school education, way ahead of the rest of the world, then high school, then college, much less so now. Countries like Germany have made big investments in vocational and other kinds of training that the United States hasn't made. There's a whole set of things that we did once and we are doing to some degree that we could be doing more. I mean, I would lay out actually 5 broad policies. I'll just list them and we can go in detail if you want. I mean, we could do a lot more to support entrepreneurship. Occupational licensing has exploded, so it's a lot harder for people to invent and create new jobs and new businesses and new ways of doing things, as I was alluding to. We can invest a lot more in education and really reinvent it so that it's more focused on the kinds of skills that complement machines. We could, as you were, I think, focusing on, rebalance the tax system so it treats different kinds of investments on a more even-handed basis and lets entrepreneurs decide which ways they want to do it rather than having the government favor one versus another approach. We can invest more in technological leadership, especially around R&D. Again, the US used to invest a lot more in public R&D than it does as a share of GDP. And that was one of the reasons we had a lot of technological investment. And finally, we could do a lot more to welcome high-skill immigrants, something, again, that we've long been a technology magnet. And that's one of the reasons the Silicon Valley and other parts of the United States have been able to have a lot of technological leadership. The best and the brightest have been coming here, but we've been closing or shrinking that door compared to what it used to be.
Just a quick follow-up. So my part of my question are there best practices in tax policy that other countries doing or elsewhere that are doing, that are principally interested in, like how do what you're suggesting around
yeah, so I think that some of what I've touched on briefly in Germany, another place that's done some interesting things is Denmark, where they have a flex security approach, where they have a fairly generous safety net, but they also make it very easy for businesses to hire and fire people. And that's led to more entrepreneurship because people feel, they don't lose their health benefits or other benefits when they try to start a new business, or if they hire somebody and it doesn't work out, they're not stuck with those costs. So that's an effort to get some of the benefits of flexibility while also being generous on the safety.
Quick follow-up to that, just to maybe drill in a little deeper. Accelerated depreciation clearly makes capital investment cheaper.
That's right.
Have you seen other countries where they basically say, if you train your workforce, you'll get 150% deduction for the dollar? And I think that's what you're, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'd have to look into that more carefully because I'm not very good. Yeah, I think my former MIT colleagues, John Gruber and Simon Johnson, have written a fair amount about that. And my instinct would be to go and take a closer look at what they've written. They have a nice a book actually called Jumpstarting America that fleshes out a set of policies along the line.
Other question? Yep. Sorry, Rachel.
Yeah, I had another question for Erik. You mentioned that your findings note that when we see AI augmenting labor, that we see wages increase. I was wondering if your data show how those increases look across different subsets of communities, namely, different educational levels or even racial groups, and sort of what is the key indicator for when we see wages increase?
That's evolved a fair amount over time. In the 90s and early 2000s, it tended to be a lot of the technology disproportionately what economists call skill bias technical change, and more educated workers benefited disproportionately. And one of the reasons that people with high school education or less have seen their wage stagnate fall is that the technology has not complemented them as much. Recently, that's changing, and some of the more recent technologies are much more beneficial to low-skill workers. I'm just finishing up a study of a set of tools being rolled out that complement call center workers, other high school educated workers. A company called Cresta.ai as a tool that helps people who don't have as much experience and skills. And what we found is it's led to disproportionately helping less experienced and less skilled workers. So there is the potential for doing it either way. And I think in particular, there's some promising evidence that more recent technologies can help less skilled workers and not only make the pie bigger, but also close some of the inequality that's grown a lot over the past 20 or 30 years.
Katya, we want to give it another try. Are you able to join us at this point?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Fantastic.
Wonderful. Fantastic.
The floor is yours. Apologies
Good
for the
morning.
technical
Thank
hiccup.
you.
We need better AI to sort that out next time around.
For real. Thank you very much for inviting me to join today and for enabling my remote participation. I apologize for not being there in person. It's a wonderful gathering. And I'll use my time to make 3 points that are largely going to build on some of the points that Erik already made, which probably is no surprise to anyone who knows that a lot of my work is inspired by his scholarship. The first point I wanted to make is to emphasize that the conversation commonly held today about preparing the workforce for the era of artificial intelligence is dangerously one-sided. This conversation is overwhelmingly focused on how workers should prepare for the age of AI and how governments and educational institutions can help them to prepare. And these questions are very important, of course, and are rightfully raised, but they represent only one side of the coin that we should be looking at. By putting all the burden of adjustment on the workers and the government, we are forgetting that the technology too can and should adjust to the needs and realities faced by communities and the workforce. It is very important that we do not frame and do not think of a path of technology as some unalterable given. One possible path is where technology augments the skills and productivity of only a select narrow group. A different path is where it augments and complements the skills of a much broader group of workers, making them more valuable for the labor market, boosting their wages, improving economic inclusion, and ultimately creating a more competitive economy. This brings me to my second point. This recommendation to invest in innovation that augments human labor for a broad set of workers and boost their productivity instead of replacing them, it remains difficult to act on for AI practitioners. We need to make this recommendation more legible in the context of AI development. The issue with it is that in practice, it is often quite difficult to tell apart worker augmenting technologies from worker replacing technologies, and especially do that ex ante. For one, the same technology can be augmenting labor of one group while displacing the labor of another group. Secondly, technology that augments somebody's labor today might be just a stepping stone for perfectly automating their work tomorrow. For example, software that learns from customer support agents by observing their every click, every word, every action that they take might be used today to give them very helpful tips and genuinely augment. But tomorrow, trained with all this data stripped from these workers, this technology can be used to do more of their jobs. And the workers might be let go without being compensated for all that training data that they helped to generate. And because of this practical ambiguity between labor augmenting and labor displacing technology, any company today that wants to claim that their technology augments workers can just do it. It's a free-for-all claim that is not necessarily substantiated by anything. There is at present no established framework for concretizing and quantifying just how labor augmenting and for whom a given technology is. And there are no metrics that companies could report on to credibly differentiate themselves as companies committed to genuinely building technology that complements a broad group of workers and supports shared prosperity. So to help close this gap, 2 years ago, I founded the AI and Shared Prosperity Initiative at the Partnership on AI to develop just framework like that to measure the impact of AI systems on labor demand. We're working with Anton Korenik and a multidisciplinary steering committee. We've been making a lot of progress, which you can track on our website. But it's an initiative alone is definitely not enough to enable a turn towards more worker augmenting technology across the board. We also need to invest in alternative benchmarks, which Erik already mentioned, and also in building institutions that allow for empowered participation of workers in the development and deployment of AI. Such institutions are really important because workers are really ultimately the best people to tell apart which technologies help them and make their day better, and which ones look good on paper or in marketing materials, but in practice enable exploitation or over surveillance in the workplace. And finally, my third point is that labor mobility restrictions hamper US competitiveness and innovation in more ways that is even commonly acknowledged. And of course, there is this very rightfully made recommendation to make it easier for people with advanced STEM degrees to come and work in the US, and that would improve competitiveness. But I would argue that it would serve US competitiveness very well if we expanded labor mobility programs not only for people with advanced STEM degrees, but for people representing a very broad spectrum of skills and educational attainment levels. Why is that relevant in the context of AI? Because that would create an environment with more socially aligned incentives for innovation. And it would correct those massive incentive distortions, at least to some extent, that exist at present, which Erik was also already mentioning. Let me just dive into this a little bit more. Today, a lot of technological innovation is driven or motivated directly or indirectly by shortage of labor either already actively felt or projected. And I'm not even talking about the Great Resignation or the newly appearing labor shortages following the pandemic. There are sectors where labor shortages were being projected or felt even before the pandemic. Truck driving is one of those. And if you talk to any self-driving car startup and ask why you should invest in autonomous driving technologies, the first thing you're going to hear about that US is running short of truck drivers, and the shortage would only get worse, pandemic or no pandemic. But this shortage, at least in the case of the US, is artificial because while there are not enough drivers in the country, there is no shortage of people who would want to come and work in the US. So we could help close some of the shortage by issuing more visas, or we can pour tens of billions of dollars and very scarce US AI researchers' time to try and automate driving and eliminate some of those jobs, not only for people who could have come, but also for domestic drivers as well. Instead, we could use that technology, that talent, that money to address real scarcities and real needs, which the society has plenty of. Just look at climate issues, look at how many people do not have access to quality healthcare, education, and the list goes on and on. So next time, when you have to use an automated checkout kiosk or speak to a robotized customer support agent and you're feeling a little bit annoyed, you can also remember of this opportunity cost. This is a technology that resulted from choosing to economize on somewhat artificially created scarcity, all while the very real ones abound in society. So to sum, let me just reiterate these points. First, we should not put all the burdens of adjustment to AI on workers. We can and should work to get the technology to adjust to meet the needs of the workforce that we have across all skill groups. To make a call to create labor augmenting technologies actionable for development, for developers, and for policymakers, we need to invest in developing measurement frameworks, alternative benchmarks, as well as ways that empower worker participation in the AI development and deployment process. And finally, when thinking through how policies shape economic incentives for innovation, we should aim to channel talent and money to create innovation that solves real scarcities and not artificial ones. I'll wrap with that, as I know we are running behind. Thank you.
Katya, thank you very much. I realized I never actually finished my introduction of you when we were having our tech issues. Katya is the head of AI, labor, and the economy division for the partnership on AI. And I'm going to give our panel one opportunity to ask one quick question of Katya. I, for one, am looking forward to a better AI as you talk about those customer service representatives being further optimized. Those of us who've been stuck with a customer service rep that's not fully optimized to certainly think would share my frustration on that, but we've all been there. Does anyone have one question, a quick question for Katya before we close this first panel?
If I may, co-chair.
Sure.
And this is but before I do this, I do want to make one comment about Salesforce people in the room. I loved your Super Bowl commercial. Focusing on the earth is, but anyway, Katya, and I think everyone touched on this. When we think about, and I think, Professor, to use your language, AI that replaces versus complements humans, and Katya, you touched on this as well. How should we think about that when you take an industry, say like automobile manufacturing, or you take an industry like now warehouse automation, and you think about how robotic and AI coming together has replaced a lot of jobs. Now, some of those jobs were actually dangerous and jobs that people didn't want to do. I mean, how do we think about this? Like, what's the framework for thinking about where it's a good job to be replaced versus where it's not a good job to be replaced? I mean,
Yeah,
is there a simple lens for us to?
Yeah, I don't think there is a rule of thumb. We really need to think about both direct and indirect effects. But I definitely thank you for asking this question, because the whole conversation about encouraging more of labor complementing innovation is not a pushback against any and all automation. There are definitely plenty of tasks that are dangerous, that are health hazard presenting or safety hazard presenting, that are good for us to automate. The question is, are we automating way more than we are complementing, and also where? So is it that some skill groups just get hit a lot more with automation, and others with complementary innovation that boosts their wages, their how much they're valuable to the labor market, and that would be inequality creating. So it is more about the balance and getting the balance right, and making sure that we are we are really thinking about the workers that are likely to get behind, unless we are thinking deliberately about how they're going to fare at the end of this giant technological transformation we're embarking on. I'm sure Erik might actually have things to add to this.
Yeah, if I could just say a little bit, add to that. Well, first off, I agree very much with what Katya has been saying, and we've learned a lot from each other over the years. And to answer your question, Congressman Delaney, about how to think about it, my initial temptation was to go through item by item. This is compliment. That's the wrong way. I'm not smart enough. I don't think anybody is smart enough to do that. I think a better way is to set a level playing field, have the taxes set up, which right now are skewed towards steering technologists, entrepreneurs, others in one direction, and set it up at a level playing field. Or even if you want, maybe I think you make an argument that you'd want to even favor human capital development, but at least get back to the level, and then let entrepreneurs, they will find out tens of thousands of different ways of implementing technologies, some of which augment labor more, some of which automate more. And as both you and Katya said, there's nothing wrong with automating a lot of tasks, a lot of dirty, dangerous, dull tasks. We should do that. The issue I have is that when I look at the data, we have excess incentives and we are pushing way over that way. There's no rational basis for doing that. It concentrates wealth and power in a way that I think most of us don't want. It leads to less total output. So set the rules of the game and then let technologists and entrepreneurs respond to those incentives, and they'll figure out thousands of ways of doing what we want to achieve.
If I could add to that for just one moment, I want to double down on the remark about creating an even playing field. I think the regulations are incredibly important for us to establish, because we've seen many good actors who want to do the right thing, and they're feeling perhaps the competitive pinch where for the actors that are not willing to perhaps play by that higher bar. One of the things that I would really like for the committee to explore is something along the lines of like a safe harbor. So I mentioned earlier about model cards. I've spoken with my peers at other tech companies where their legal teams will not allow them to publish model cards, because although we may all know logically there's no such thing as a 100% bias-free data set or model, still putting in writing, here's the bias that we know our model has, it feels like that it puts them at too much risk and they're not willing to create those documents. In some cases, people in roles like mine have even been told by their legal teams they are not allowed to conduct bias assessments because then they no longer have plausible deniability. They now know that there is bias in their models, but they don't know how to resolve it. And so I think in the beginning, take a look at existing regulations like OSHA, where companies are strongly encouraged to state not only accidents, but also near misses. And the consequences, the penalties are much less when they are self-reported rather than if they try to hide them and then are discovered later. So we need to have a way that we can encourage companies, especially in the beginning while we're trying to figure out the exact details of regulations, have a way to encourage companies to be as transparent as possible, demonstrate the processes that they are doing that are good, and not bring the hammer down and force people to try and hide behind plausible deniability because they're worried if they acknowledge any bias or flaw that they will be penalized for it.
So to protect them from the sort of litigiousness of folks that may want to.
Exactly.
Instead of feeling like they have a big target on their back, to be able to try to do the right thing and then be held accountable for doing the right thing, but in the
Absolutely.
safe haven as you described. I want to thank each of our panelists on our first panel. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. We hope you will be willing to continue to talk to us if we have follow-up and other conversations we would need to have. I've been instructed to go straight into the second panel. I know Navdeep Gill is on the line, and I'll go to Navdeep first. Navdeep is the engineering lead for responsible AI, and my colleague and co-chair, Mr. Delaney, is going to lead us through the second panel, but I've been instructed to go straight into Navdeep. And if you're there, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you everyone for having me today. You guys can hear me, right? I just want to make
Yes,
sure.
we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so today what I wanted to discuss was sort of a general topic that I've been working on for the past, 5 years or so with my colleagues. And I also want to jump into a second topic that's closely related. So the first topic I wanted to mention is responsible AI. So this is something, like I mentioned, I've been working on for quite some years from a technical standpoint. So I'm engineering lead. So a lot of the times when I approach these type of topics, I always look to make a tool or a piece of software that can, enable people in their day-to-day workflow. So when it comes to responsible AI, it's sort of like the best practices, in applying AI that affect people, mainly people across different industries. And this field is kind of broken up into 6 components. So you have the ethical AI, which is about fairness in AI applications. There's also the idea of having transparent models. So, instead of deploying black box models, you try to keep them interpretable as much as possible. So people are able to understand why certain predictions are made. Certain technical groups understand, the processes behind the system. And then there's another component called explainable AI, which has to do with sort of explaining the output of a model to someone. And a lot of times tools try to do this in a way that is sort of like an English explanation. So instead of, numbers and parameters, it's better to give a straightforward, English specific or language specific type explanation to someone so they really understand what's going on with the model. There's a There's another component of compliance, sticking to certain laws that are being made now around AI, for example, GDPR in Europe, and there's other ones that are going to continue coming out for the next years or so as AI just is going to become more prevalent across different fields. And then there's the human-centered component, which sort of has to do with a user-centric design experience to support human interactions with AI and machine learning systems. And then the last one is this field that's sort of becoming popular, and a lot of people are talking about is sort of the security behind machine learning or artificial intelligence. So when a model is deployed, certain information is being passed around. And if information is being passed around, bad actors can sort of access that information if they wanted to. So this is something certain AI teams have to account for when they put a model out there in the world to sort of make predictions or recommend things. So this is just one important field I'd like to stress. So responsible AI in general, it's a pretty big concept with many components. So the next topic I wanted to mention is this idea of AI governance. AI governance can take these components and kind of put them into action. So, this kind of framework instills, responsibility, consistency, accountability, and transparency across AI applications. So now my colleagues and I have sort of tried to put this together in a kind of a workflow that I like to go over some of the steps that we feel are important. So first thing is with AI governance, the main idea is to have sort of a governing body of experts in your organization or people that are heavily involved in the compliance matter of things that are applied to AI. We believe that having this type of governing body, of course, increases transparency, but also protects the organization from issues they may face, and protects people that are sort of being the consumer of these applications than when they're put out into the real world. So it's mainly about accountability and just making sure everything is taken care of to avoid issues down the road. So this, first thing is obviously you have to keep track of laws and regulations that are being applied to your field when it comes to deploying artificial intelligence. This is like a pretty straightforward thing, and it usually involves probably getting legal involved in your organization. But even if you're not on the legal side, you still should have some understanding of what these regulations are when it comes to building your AI applications. The next one is sort of, it's very much on the business side, but you kind of want to understand why you're doing this. What's the business case behind it? Now, from the business side, it's sort of, it has to do with money and things like that. But from the, from a government standpoint, it also has to do with money, but it's money that you're probably using tax dollars or something like that. So you want to make sure that that money's spent well, and like the AI application is actually useful. A lot of times people just want to go straight into artificial intelligence, but they don't really understand why, or they don't realize that sort of there's a very simple solution to their problem. So that's just one thing we wanted to stress is that's, what's the ROI of this? What benefit are you getting from this type of application? So like I mentioned before, there's sort of the human-centered part. So this is sort of the, user profile. Who is the end user of this? You want to make sure you really have a good understanding. There's also the decision-making part. So how is the user going to receive some prediction from this model? And there's transparency. Should the user know that AI was involved in this decision-making? And if so, how should it be communicated to them? And then there's the idea of issue reporting. The main idea here is the ability to audit decisions made by a system. So the problem with that is, if you can't audit a decision that really, really affects you, then it becomes a problem, because then you can never figure out what you need to do to be in the right position, or you just can't figure out in general why you're being, treated a certain way. There's also explainability. So, why was this decision made? And then there's the privacy concern. So it really has to do with user data, and they really should try to, communicate some type of privacy that's being put in place. And then you have to also consider fairness in this framework. So there's concepts of like, disparate impact, which is sort of unintentional bias towards different groups. There's also the worst kind, which is disparate treatment, which is sort of intentional. Hopefully that's not the case in most places. But, with this fairness concept, you want to understand sort of what are the data sources. So, there could be bias in data. You really want to understand what the biases are and what can be done. Then you want to understand sort of how is the model treating different groups? Is there disparate impact? If so, how can I remediate this disparate impact? You want to understand sort of the public aspect, maybe, how is this model affecting the public as a whole? And, is it sort of unsafe? Is it really disproportionate? And you need a plan to sort of handle that. And this is sort of probably one of the biggest points of all this is sort of the fairness aspect. This is probably the biggest stage of this whole thing, because you can imagine there's certain AI applications that really have a profound impact on someone's life. So you could imagine if you're applying for a mortgage, you get denied. The model underlying it, usually, most of the time people are using models under this, should be vetted, to the nth degree. Because like I said, this type of application is very important to a lot of different citizens. And you want to make sure that you're not biased when you're putting these models out there into the real world. Another part of the AI governance is sort of security. So the idea here is to make sure that, privacy is considered. The model itself is sort of secure when it's deployed, meaning that it can't really be hacked or anything like that. That's sort of the main idea with this idea of secure AI. The big part of the governance is sort of the documentation. So earlier there was a mentioning of model cards. This is sort of along the same lines. You want to make sure you document everything that's done in your model building process or in your AI application. This is everything from collecting data all the way to deploying a model. And in between, it has to do with, what was the data manipulation, who worked on this project, who was the governing body, because, it's AI governance, so there has to be a governing body per these applications. Things like that have to be documented. And what we found is in a lot of different organizations, this process is sort of broken. By broken, we mean is it's not streamlined. Documentation of models are spread across different entities, different emails, things like that. You want to make sure that this is actually a very streamlined process so you can sort of avoid issues down the road, but also there is accountability for everyone involved. And then, the last few steps that I wanted to mention are sort of
Navdeep, I might ask you to, if we want to, because we got three other panelists, if you could maybe wrap up your last part here in the next 2 minutes, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. So
Great.
I guess
because I want to make sure we have Q&A.
Yeah. So I guess the last part about the AI governance is usually, you have to decide how the decision making is done. Is it autonomous or is there a human in the loop involved? This is a very important component, and it depends upon sort of the application involved. And then, so I guess I just want to sort of just end it with sort of what we think are the pillars of AI governance. It's about knowledge and context, thoughtfulness, people, process, and you also want to think about the platform in this case, because we're trying to make this whole thing into a tool that people can use. And that's what I really wanted to go over today, is sort of the importance of AI governance and the importance of organizations deploying AI models should have a governing body. It should not be split up into different teams that don't talk to each other. It has to be a collection of the entire organization with a huge amount of transparency to avoid, potentially detrimental issues down the road when these AI applications are used. And that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Navdeep. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the other panelists first before we open it up for Q&A. So if you don't mind hanging with us, and then we'll be back for questions, which some of them may be pointed your way, or most of them you'll have something add to them. So if you wouldn't mind hanging with us, that'd be great. So next up, we have Benjamin Larsen, who is at the AI and Machine Learning Project, who is the lead of the AI and Machine Learning Project, AI governance at the World Economic Forum. Benjamin, if you give us 7 or 8 minutes of opening remarks and get through our other 2 panelists and have Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Benjamin Larsen. I'm AI project lead at the World Economic Forum, which is the foremost organization for public-private cooperation. And my day-to-day life, it takes place in the San Francisco. For the last 5 years, I've also been a PhD fellow at Copenhagen Business School with AI governance, AI regulation, and particularly AI policy from a US, China perspective. In this testimony, I'd like to elaborate on peer review research conducted in collaboration with Mariano Florentino Huela, President of the Carnegie Endowment for National Peace, Young Lee, Assistant Professor of Technology, Economy, and Global Affairs at Notre Dame, and Michael Webb, former PhD Fellow at Stanford. This research, it outlines distinct approaches to AI governance and regulation, and it studies potential implications for firms and managers in adopting AI practice. Now, before commenting on some of the results, I would like to provide a brief overview of the existing approaches to AI regulation. They include existing laws, and here we can say that AI technologies are already implicitly regulated common law doctrines, tort law, contract law, and employment discrimination law, which already affect AI use adoption, including liability risk and the nature of agreement with private parties. We also have horizontal regulation, and that includes the Algorithmic Accountability Act, which was first House of Representatives in 2019 and in an amended form earlier this year. Horizontal regulation, it also includes the European Union's AI Act, which is expected to go into effect next year. And it also includes new regulation coming out in China, specifically aimed at recommender engine, which already affect this. We also have domain-specific regulations implemented by the FDA, NHTSA, the FTC, among others. And then you have data-related regulation as the GDPR, the California Consumer Privacy Act, China's Personal Information Protection. A note here is that some of these mentioned regulations by the EU and China, they currently make these countries and regions front runners in setting the rules for algorithmic conduct and compliance. And you could say that the EU and China, they're engaging in more holistic approaches to AI regulation, whereas initiatives in the US, they remain fragmented at the national state level. Now, in the research that we've been conducting, we looked at some of the regulations, implications for firm behavior in particular. What we did is that we conducted a randomized online survey experiment where we exposed 1,245 managers in the United States, one of the following treatments. 1, the Algorithmic Accountability Act. 2, industry-specific regulations at the FDA for healthcare, NHTSA for transportation, the FTC for retail. And then we had a common law treatment and a data privacy regulation based on CCPA. What we did is that we studied how each of these regulatory treatments, they affect managers' decision-making in terms of AI adoption, and how managers are likely to revise their business strategies when reminded each of these regulatory approaches. And our results, they indicate that exposure to information about AI regulation, it increases the importance that managers they assign to various ethical issues when adopting AI, but there's a trade-off. And increases in manager awareness of ethical issues is generally offset by a decrease in manager intent to adopt AI technologies. This was true for all 4 regulatory treatments, but more significant so for the horizontal AI regulation. Next, we find that there's also a trade-off between AI ethics adoption, which is more pronounced in smaller firms that are generally more resource large. When we compare the healthcare, automotive, and retail industries, we also find heterogeneity in our results, which indicates that regulation information is likely to affect varying sectors differently due to industry-specific characteristics. Overall, we find that our findings they imply that AI regulation it may indeed slow innovation or reduce competition temporarily, but may improve consumer welfare through increased safety and heightened attention in terms of addressing bias and discrimination. Now, based on these findings, I'd like to briefly provide a few policy recommendations. First of all, although AI regulation it could slow innovation or reduce competition by lowering adoption, instituting regulation at the early stages of AI diffusion, it may improve consumer welfare through increased safety and by better addressing varying ethical issues. Second, horizontal regulations such as the proposed Algorithmic Accountability Act may have complex effects and make it hard to take important sector-specific characteristics into account. Given our findings across industries and firm size, we advise policymakers to take a meticulous approach to AI regulation that involves a sector-based consideration use case. Third, specific issues such as auditing requirements for algorithms, constraints of sharing data, rules governing explainability, and so on, must be sufficiently addressed and clarified new regulatory requirements. Fourth, adopters of AI technologies, they may not always be fully aware of how the algorithms they function at a detailed technical level, and therefore liability it needs to be assessed, made more salient across sectors. An intermediate step on the road to better regulations that could be pilot studies of AI applications in different sectors, which could involve public-private partnerships and examine how liability could be shared among developers, insurers, the government, and consumers. The World Economic Forum has engaged in multiple of these kinds of pilot studies. For example, in the case of facial recognition technologies, of course, we're more than happy to share the knowledge. In closing, the EU and China, they're currently emerging as front runners on AI regulation, while US companies in EU markets in particular have become rule takers. And in the US, this current patchwork of city and state level regulations, put along with legislation imposed elsewhere, provide unnecessarily high economic costs for firms in terms of adhering to diverse compliance regimes. And due to these considerations, a greater harmonization of national regulatory efforts strongly encouraged. This could be in the form of a centralized authority, but should include a strong sector-based focus that takes industrial increase.
Thank you, Ben. Next up, Miles Brundage, who's head of policy research at OpenAI. Miles?
Thank you for the invitation to speak here. I think it's critical that all stakeholders involved in building, using, analyzing, or governing AI systems work together to grapple with the related risks and opportunities. So I'm honored to be able to share my perspective and support the work of the Commission. OpenAI, where I lead the policy research team, is an AI research and deployment company. Our mission is to ensure that artificial general intelligence is developed and used in a way that benefits all of humanity. In support of that mission, we have several dedicated policy and safety teams, such as my own, that work to ensure that we're developing and deploying our technology in a responsible way. As a company, we take a controlled and iterative approach to deploying our technology in the real world. We've made substantial investments in policy formulation, risk assessment, and infrastructure in order to ensure that the users of our technologies abide by our use case policies. We continually update the underlying AI systems themselves and the surrounding infrastructure in order to ensure that we're ramping up the safety of our deployments at least as fast as the technology itself develops. Over the past couple of years, we've announced a number of advances in the field of artificial intelligence. In May 2020, we announced GPT-3, where GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. This is an AI system with linguistic outputs that are sometimes indistinguishable from a human's. The system was not designed to carry out any specific task, but rather to perform a wide variety of natural language tasks. We've seen it used for tasks ranging from writing to customer service to helping train suicide prevention workers. We regularly share what we've learned regarding safe deployment of such systems in order to support wider effort. In August 2021, we applied the same underlying technologies behind GPT-3 to the generation of code in multiple programming languages. We've seen that the resulting system now writes about 30% of the code of its users, and we are embarking on an ambitious research agenda to understand the economic implications of this technology, which I'll say more about in a moment. Most recently, last month, we announced the newest version of a system called DALL-E, which can now create original, realistic images and art from a short text description alone. The system can also make realistic and context-aware edits, including inserting, removing, or retouching specific portions of an image from a natural language description. Or it can take an image and make creative variations of it inspired by the original. We're only beginning to understand how this system will be used. Ben Coe, a panelist from your hearing in Cleveland, mentioned that one potential benefit for natural language-based tools like DALL-E, which are usable without the need for technical training, is to empower more people to create and invent by lowering the level of fluency required. This is very much in line with our hope as well. We're cognizant of the fact that simplicity of use presents incredible opportunities, but also a number of risks. I could go into detail about safety mitigations we put in place for any of the technologies mentioned so far, but I'll use DALL-E specifically as a case study as it's the most recent. To name just a few examples, first, before the system was ever even trained, we curated the underlying data set in order to reduce exposure to violent, hateful, or adult content, making it easier to limit related use cases downstream. We also used advanced technologies to prevent photorealistic generation of real individuals' faces, including those of public figures. We developed both automated and manual monitoring systems to guard against malicious uses, including human review of generated images and filters for preventing the use of malicious keywords. And we conducted extensive internal testing and invited 24 external experts in various areas to help us identify risks and limitations of the model. Based on what we learned with a small number of users, we'll build additional guardrails to allow us to broaden access further, with the goal of eventually allowing wide access to this system in a way consistent with our policies. Part of why we take a cautious approach to our deployments is that other companies that launch similar tools might mirror some of what we do, and indeed we have seen some evidence of this in the case of GPT-3. We're currently working to crystallize and promulgate a set of best practices in this area. But I also want to be clear that we are now seeing that we are not saying we figured out the perfect way to mitigate all of these risks. And even if we had, it would not be reasonable to expect every lab or company entering the AI space to adopt a similar approach. Furthermore, the AI systems that are available open source for anyone to use in arbitrary ways are growing more and more capable every day. All of these factors suggest that federal action will be critical to building and maintaining public trust in AI, and we look forward to helping the Commission's efforts on that front. One area in particular that would benefit from attention from this group is identifying practices for third-party auditing of AI systems and platforms. This needs to be done in a way that is nimble enough to reflect the evolving technical landscape and which strikes the right balance between protecting IP and ensuring accountability to the public for the impacts of these increasingly pervasive technologies. Since this commission has a particular interest in workforce implications of AI, I'll make some final comments on that issue. There are more than 300 companies building products and services on top of our language model, GPT-3. This is still fairly small in terms of economic impact so far, and evidence from recent economics literature suggests that there is little immediate risk of widespread technological unemployment from AI. However, we do regularly see significant evidence, including from the systems that we build and deploy, that many, if not most, jobs will be altered by AI, such that processes will change, the composition of job tasks will change, the skills demanded to perform different jobs will change, and demand for new skills and jobs will evolve over time. There is a risk that AI will amplify many of the problems we're facing today in terms of inequality of income, wealth, and opportunity. Addressing these issues aggressively now can help improve outcomes today, while also reducing the downside risk of harmful AI-related economic impacts in the future. Unfortunately, there's currently very little measurement of the labor market impacts of specific AI systems. We recently published a research agenda aimed at understanding these issues in the context of code generation and identifying external partners to explore further. We're eager to work across organizations and sectors to advance understanding of this and other topics related to AI and its social implications. To sum up, AI capabilities are advancing very rapidly, and vigorous private and public efforts are needed to ensure that the full benefits are realized and that the risks are mitigated. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Thank you, Miles. We'll be back with questions as soon as Dmitro Filatov. How did I do?
Yes,
Not so good.
that's good.
Who's the founder and head of AI at DeepX, who's we'll finish up our panelist opening statements, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thanks a lot for opportunity. I will be presenting from a bit different perspective. I'm an immigrant from Ukraine in the process of migration to the United States right now. And thank you for opportunity. And my company is quite small. What we do, we provide the machine learning and computer vision research and development consultancy services for sized industry companies here in the United States. In the United States, we have approximately 24,000 of businesses with 1,000 or more employees. Previous year, I've talked to a couple of hundreds of these companies, and majority of them and majority of the leaders in these companies, they are surprised by the level of development and the accuracy the modern AI and machine learning solutions can deliver. They see a lot of value in applying machine learning technologies inside of their company. But because the technology requires an upfront investment of the time and significant effort to be integrated into their existing operations, they prefer to wait for a leader in their industry to emerge. They prefer to have a fully developed solution to emerge in the industry first, which is fine if such product will emerge inside of modern democratic country. But in the globally connected world, such product may aim from outside and from the country which do not play by fair rules. And such product could potentially become a threat for the industry and potentially could become an aggregator of the whole industry. I will provide you one example. So what happens in Asia and Eastern Europe? The Yandex company from Russia, who have really smart and very talented engineers, but unfortunately they are under influence of the Russian state government. What happens in the countries like Moldova, Lithuania, Kazakhstan, and many other Eastern European countries? Yandex Taxi became a major aggregator of taxi and food delivery services. So imagine that Uber or Lyft have been state-sponsored by the foreign country which do not play by the rules. The amount of the data, and especially private data and influence, which could be transferred abroad, is like extremely outstanding. And I certainly believe that's not a situation which we want to have here in the United States. To support the local leaders, we need to make sure that they have a risk-free environments to innovate. We need to provide them the opportunity to have reduced monetary risk. For example, we are serving research and development tax credits as it's being done in the United Kingdom, and we need to educate them on the potential tools and toolkits already developed, which can be used for the existing problems. And the second part, what I want to talk today about is, I want also to talk a little bit on the talent which comes from the abroad. I came here in the United States because because of the same idea on the dream, on American dream, and as many people who came here before, we came for opportunity and for freedom. But to be able to get here, we need to understand what particular types of the visas are available. We need to understand what our opportunities are here in the country. And we need to be educated about these particular opportunities and visas. And when we are looking into the existing regulations and existing websites and information presented on the existing government websites, it's getting extremely confusing to understand what's a particular scenario, what's particular steps you need before, because the regulations are written a little bit in the wide way. So if we would have a point-based system that would help foreign talent better understand how to get to the United States. And another topic on the talent and immigration. United States for a long time have been the place to be if you want to meet the most innovative people and be presented and have access to the world-changing and world most challenging opportunities. But after the COVID-19 time, we noticed a significant shift, and most of the meetings, most of the new businesses they are happening on virtual space, on meta spaces. And what is left here, what is like the core of the essence of the American dream, here, what we still have here in terms of geographical location? I think it's an opportunity to help tens of thousands of existing mid-sized American businesses to overcome the technological gap and the issues they are facing in Industry 4.0 transformation. So there is so these companies from agriculture, from logistics, from multiple other industries, they are facing number of transformational issues, and they are basically sitting on tons of problems and opportunities which could be solved by the modern AI and machine learning technologies, but they need to be properly educated and about existing solutions and existing APIs, for example, such as providing the OpenAI team, which could be already applied to their existing business situations. So to finish, I just wanted to focus on two main things, which I see, two main things. One of them, we need to do a little bit more to inspire the local talent to use the existing solutions, existing APIs, existing technologies to the industry problems which companies in the United States already have. And we need to have more presence abroad to educate potential talent about the easy ways to come to the United States and be involved in the opportunities and help to solve the problems which will transform the existing industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmitro. And we hope your family in the Ukraine is doing okay. Okay, we'll open it up for questions for Miles, for Ben, and for Navdeep, who's patiently hung in there with us during this, during the testimony. Thank you, Navdeep. I think you're still with us there. I see you on the screen.
Yes,
yeah, great. Thanks for staying with us. I'll ask my co-chair. Do you have any questions to start? If not, we'll turn it over to the panel. Who wants to start? I didn't know. My inclination was to look left here. I apologize. Yeah.
So I have one question for Navdeep. Health, because OpenAI has developed basically a foundation model for. Is the question is around ML security? Navdeep talked a little bit about ML security. I guess my question is, what's the nature of, if you can go into a bit more detail about the nature of Baxter-based models, and second, what's the prevalence of how players out in the world? I guess part of the whole point here is trying to see there's a case to actually trying to bring the policy on us, not clear this. And
I think there's a. Sorry, I didn't catch the question there. It seemed to be breaking up for some reason.
yes, okay. The two parts of the question are: first of all, can you go into brief discussion of what do you mean by ML security? What's the problem, nature of the problem? And two, how prevalent are ML security attacks?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, when it comes to machine learning security, it's sort of there's many components to it, but the main idea here is there is a possibility for machine learning models that are deployed to be hacked in such a way that, for example, a bad actor can recreate the data set that was used to train that model. This is a specific type of attack that can be done, and this is something to be accounted for. There are actually papers where there was a group, I forget, I'll try to look up the paper and post it onto the chat here, but basically what they did is they attacked different prediction APIs, mainly basically systems that give out predictions, and they were able to attack it in such a way that they recreated the data set that was used to a certainty. And so that's a problem because now you're getting into data privacy. So, that's just one example of sort of an attack. The attack can also unfortunately happen internally. So the attack there is usually called data poisoning. So that's the idea there is when a model is being trained, someone or some entity can sort of manipulate the data in such a way that it favors them once the model is out in the real world. And then they have a way to trigger something because they understand how they poison the data. This also goes into things like, watermarking attacks, which is the same concept as you understand some characteristic of the input to get the output that you want. This is the idea behind sort of ML security. It's broken up into these different types of attacks that are sort of borrowed from cybersecurity. So you're taking cybersecurity attacks and kind of applying it to a machine learning model in terms of explaining what could be done or what kind of attack can potentially be done. Now, how prevalent is it? I mean, there are papers where, like I mentioned, where people are able to do it. I am not 100% sure how prevalent it is. I know I can probably look up a few publications where they talk about sort of certain incidences where this happens. The main one being it always comes down to sort of data privacy. This is sort of a big important step that people need to consider. And data privacy is not just about data being leaked. With ML security, it can be recreated if someone really went forth and tried to do it. The main thing with this type of security is typical practices should guard some problems in the future, but not all. And this thing has to be this topic has to be considered when you're getting ready to deploy a model. And like I mentioned, this falls into the AI governance sort of workflow. So this means that it involves many different people. We're talking, you have IT people, you have sort of the data scientists that were involved in making the model. You have the machine learning engineers who are involved in putting the pipeline that actually go out into the real world and be used to make predictions. And then you have, it keeps going. You have legal and you have other parts of the organization. This is why I stress the governing body of everything.
Okay, so yeah, I think I get. Thank you for that answer. I don't know, Miles, do you have thoughts on this?
Oh no, that was mainly it. Yeah.
Sure, I'll just briefly add 2 points. One is that I think memorization is definitely something that comes up as something we have to worry about, though it doesn't always look the way it does in sort of academic research. So for example, with the system DALL-E, it seemed like exact memorization of an individual image was not so much a problem, but we did have to take special precautions to prevent memorizing the general appearance of a face, for example, such as a public figure, which could be used for disinformation purposes. So I think that's one thing I would say. The other is that there's another kind of ML security issue, which perhaps doesn't exactly map onto the categories that were just discussed, which is misuse of AI systems that we're developing. So say exploiting language models that we're deploying to use for generating spam, for example. So we have detected and stopped hundreds of cases of those kinds of attacks, which again, don't exactly map onto the academic literature, but in practice, that kind of misuse does happen.
Right. Okay. Oh,
just one last quick. Are you comfortable as a creator of a foundational model responsible for?
I mean, it's certainly a lot of responsibility to have to sort of draw those lines of what constitutes misuse, and it's tricky. But I'm proud of the progress we've made in defending.
Great. I think we have Adam and Chris. Adam?
Yeah, Benjamin raised some different regulatory approaches emerging, the EU versus here, the AI Act, the Algorithmic Accountability Act here, and then Miles, you mentioned as well. I'm interested in hearing concretely about how frameworks, specifically the EU framework, would affect something like the technology that OpenAI is developing, whether it's a GPT platform, Dolly, or other things. And then in addition to that, I'd be interested in intro, like is technology could be developed in the Untitled Act, or if they're more likely to be developed here.
Yeah, I would just say briefly, not an EU expert or a lawyer, but roughly what I think is going to happen for those deploying general purpose systems like language models is that there will be more scrutiny on the precise policies of which use cases are supported. For example, as I understand in the EU, they're making distinctions among different types of applications based on risk level and, does this involve sensitive data and so forth. Currently, OpenAI and several other companies in this space have very precise policies. And I think, efforts like the EU will probably lead to more sort of harmonization of what is supported, what kinds of mitigations are required for different kinds of use cases. Whereas right now, it's really just left up to the companies how they do those things.
I'll just briefly add to that the forms of compliance can be expected on the European continent, that they will most likely trickle down to different corporate practices elsewhere in terms of setting best practices. And that goes back to my comment in terms of looking at how can we harmonize different rule sets in order to decrease the economic cost on different companies that operate nationally. So I would say definitely increased cooperation, looking at what are the kinds of rules and regulations we're looking at implementing here versus what already exists out there, and how burdensome is it for our companies to comply with varying regimes that are implemented, if harmonization at some level.
Yep, thank you for your question. So basically, we right now have an issue of deploying a computer vision system in Italy. And one of the client is one of the major fitness technology company in Italy. And by European Union regulations, we need to ensure that all data is being stored inside of United Union and all data processing is being done inside of European Union. Basically, that increases our cost by at least 20% because there is not enough access and there's like limited access to GPU hardware inside of European Union. So basically, just like additional small issue we need to solve, and that does not help in the early stage of innovation projects. That's it. Thank you.
My question just kind of builds off the prior one. It says that it's a really great panel. And I think the question that I struggled with across all of the different comments, what level of abstraction should regulation have? If we want third-party audit, is it the case that we just want the government to regulate or kind of some third-party audits and that companies kind of fill in the details? Like in the case of Navdeep's kind of governance body, a lot of the functions that were described there could be done in a self-regulatory way. They could also be kind of mandated. So, one thing I'd be curious for anyone on the panel is how do you think about at what point is the kind of specificity of regulation too much? What point do you more?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the specificities, very clear at this point that some kind of assessment needs to be done. I think that right now self-assessment internally in companies is already best practice, and it's most certainly a requirement on the new and incoming new AI regulation. So in the case of the US, the big question is what would assessment look like, and who should be the assessor? And I think that there are several ways of going about this. One could certainly be to have different kind of assessment bodies that are able to act as third parties that verify different kinds of algorithmic conduct, are part of establishing new forms of transparency in terms of when and when not is fine.
So I'm not sure that there's a single best level of abstraction for regulation, and I think it partly depends what you're trying to achieve. So I could just mention 3 levels, that seem salient to me. One is the model itself. So DALL-E, GPT-3, Codex, some kind of AI system that can be used for various downstream purposes. And you might want to say audit, the completeness and accuracy of the documentation of a model and make sure that certain kind of red teaming has been done and so forth. Then there's the platform, which includes the model and various surrounding infrastructure like filters, rate limits, quotas, policies, et cetera, and make sure that a company is effectively mitigating risks of that general purpose system. And then finally, there's individual use cases for which you may, in the case of OpenAI, you might, instead of talking to us, talk to someone who is using some various downstream use case that we, that is within the terms of our policies.
Miles, just a quick question on, first of all, I see it very powerful. Everybody's trying. But sometimes I wonder if the capabilities you're creating is more easier for you to use for countries like China that have not enough regulation. So essentially, you're creating powerful capabilities that are more likely to be used for people who don't have any regulation. I was just wondering if there's any truth to that. You said there are 300 companies using it. So I was wondering if more outside US are using your capabilities inside. What is your take on that?
Yeah, so I would look at it at kind of 2 levels. There's the actual models that OpenAI is building and deploying. And for that, I would encourage you to take into account that we're not currently deploying in all countries like China and Russia, for example. So that's one factor in terms of who is most affected and who benefits from the technologies. The second is the general class of technologies, which is not just being developed by OpenAI. And I think there's certainly a heightening of competition among various countries, and there are sort of models similar to those that we're developing that are happening in China and other countries. So I think depending on your level of analysis, you might come to different conclusions.
Thank you.
This is slightly off tangent discussion, I know, but we do have to answer questions around workforce. I'm curious to get your thoughts on, besides the immigration question, how can we think about effective education policy states, but the levels of performance that you guys Miles.
So in my practice, it's in many cases about of inspiring people. And there is a misconception that you need to have a STEM degree, that you need to have a MIT or Stanford or Harvard degree to do machine learning. No, you need a dedication and a lot of motivation and interest in opportunity. And inspiring people in Ukraine and inspiring a young talent here in the United States, for me, it was like the same situation. In many cases, we just need to showcase that, okay, you need to take these educational courses. They are open source. Just go to Coursera, go to Udemy, Khan Academy. There's multiple open platforms available here in the United States. And in 1 year, just 1 year, you will be able to start actually working on small machine learning projects. Wonderful API by OpenAI, wonderful open information and literature available on Coursera, deep learning AI. Andrew Ng is doing a lot. Quite often, just talking to them and showing what, yes, it's possible to do without a specific degree.
Any other questions for our panelists?
Could I just briefly, strongly underline the point about, immigration being important to AI competitiveness and, just anecdotally at OpenAI, several of our, most high performing researchers don't have STEM PhDs and, some didn't even graduate college. So if there's a way to tap into that pool more globally, that would be excellent.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you, Navdeep. Thank you for hanging in there with us. And I want to thank our panelists who were here for the terrific session.
Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. While Steve Jobs talked about computers being the bicycles of the mind, AI is more akin to a race car, and quantum AI will be a rocket ship. In honor of Mother's Day, I thought the commission would appreciate the story of the birth of one such AI. That way you could witness the multitudes of steps and stakeholders that were involved with its genesis and where policy has and will intersect with such ventures in the future. Looking at my own journey as example, I was born in Greece, so you can check off every stereotype that you know about the immigrant experience, attending a public high school outside of Philadelphia, followed by attending a public research university in Penn State University, where one could work on projects sponsored by the Navy, NASA, etc. Then I was afforded a co-op program by the College of Engineering to gain exposure to the real world, then joined big tech, in my case, IBM Microelectronics as a research engineer, which acted as a finishing school. And then after all that, I departed to found my first company. Then came angel investments that leveraged tax credits that were eventually removed by our state. Then venture capital until multiple big tech companies made offers to acquire us. Now let's connect these dots further like the BBC's science historian James Burke would. When I was leading the multimodal research team at IBM's pervasive computing unit, we invented the first speech-enabled web browsers, since we knew that would broaden accessibility to end users that visual-only browsers like Netscape at the time couldn't service. We believed in open standards to make this universally available, so we worked with Access Systems in Japan and Opera Software in Norway, and I also became chairman of the VoiceXML Forum. We then had an epiphany for how to get in everyone's homes. We thought about adding microphones to the PlayStation, as that was a joint project between us, Sony, and Toshiba. But that was quickly dismissed internally as many laughed that no one in their right minds would allow that at home. The following year, we wanted the same application, but to move speech recognition to the cloud to allow more of the processing and memory to be freed for developer apps. The broader teams retorted nobody would allow their data outside of the device to some unknown void. Then the year after, we wanted to answer any question any human would about anything. And that was deemed impossible in the last straw. So I departed since they were not ready to build what would eventually become Watson. I didn't know where to turn first. So we pitched at a business plan competition at Wake Forest University and lost. It was a big vision for answering why the sky was blue in 1 second and anything else you'd care to know. A professor chased us down who worked at Nokia and told us to keep going, but focus it from an AI assistant to just messaging. We then presented at University of North Carolina at Charlotte and lost to a genetically modified soybean. But we crossed paths with a former Amazon executive who told us, I'm your first investor, first board member, and never publicly talk about this as well. That allowed us to get legal representation that gave way to our chairman, who was connected to the telco industry. And so we intersected then with the SPDDC, which is the local center that helps immature companies gain some management acumen, where we further met some folks from Bank of America. We were one of the first, if not the first AI cloud company. We showed a prototype at the first ever TechCrunch Disrupt conference while working in secret with Apple before Siri existed, since some of my engineers worked on the iPod in the past. We worked on searches, messagings, phone calls. Sprint and Microsoft were customers. There was no hope of selling this to government agencies due to the labyrinth of procurement processes. SBIRs and similar grants would never support the amount and pace of investment the market demanded.
We started seeing people's private messages hitting our platform and had to manually police ourselves, where I, as a CEO, did not have access to a God mode, as many tech companies later got caught with. After our exit, I realized that starting such a venture in a second-tier market was harder than it should have been. So I received an Eisenhower Fellowship, which was then chaired by late Secretary Colin Powell, to research the linkage of the Israeli and Jordanian link between public and private sectors, including strategic technologies. I wanted to bring that back to North Carolina to inform the state treasurer so we can build a similar venture capital multiplier fund. While Silicon Valley in the early comments here today is considered an innovation capital, I did bond with Steve Case and the Revolution team's efforts on Rise of the Rest. This pandemic highlighted that we can't solve national and international issues without engaging every asset of every community under our dominion. Folks are amazed that things like Alexa could be born in North Carolina, but they shouldn't be. Because I reused the word prion, my current company's name, that was previously the code name of what became the Alexa speech engine. We were Amazon's first AI-related acquisition. We leveraged every manner of academic, public, and private support we could muster to birth it. And so our mission now is to democratize access to AI and to reduce the distance between people and knowledge. To meet international competition, we should have no patience for have-nots. AI needs to leave our homes and weave itself into our marketplaces. And that's what I'm here to talk with the rest of my compatriots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And appreciate you sticking to time as well. Kudos to you. You get a gold star. So we are going to keep going with our panel now. Alka Roy has joined us. Alka, thank you for being here. We're inviting each of our panelists to give their comments for maybe 8 minutes or so, and that'll leave enough time at the end of the panel for questions from our commissioners. Alka Roy is the founder of the Responsible Innovation Project and RI Lab. Alka, thanks very much. And just a reminder to our panelists who are here in person, you just have to hold down the button on your microphone as you're speaking. If the green light is on, the mic is not catching your voice. So as you're speaking, just keep a finger on the button. Alka, the floor is yours.
So I think I have a lot of information, as somebody who the engineers in the room would realize. So what I would want to make sure is I use your time very wisely today. And I would like you to just give me, if you don't mind, Michael, just give me a 1-minute warning and I could just quickly speed up. So the plan today was to share some of the findings from our Responsible AI Roundtable. We have created surveys on trust and AI and really kind of share things with you as to people who are inside the system, who are kind of understanding the challenges and are really frustrated with the combination of wanting to make better products from where they're sitting and be successful and innovative. What are they seeing? The changes to be, or challenges to be. So before we get started, I wanted to thank you for having me here today. And who am I and why should you listen to me? This is something I ask all leaders. They always talk about trust, but first we have to earn it. So for the last 2 decades, I've had the opportunity to be at the forefront of technology and product evolution. I've worked with executives, engineering, and design teams, which if you've been inside of those are very different teams. They think and look at problems very differently. And I've worked on wireless and mobile technology evolution, seen 3 to 4G to 5G, all the acronyms that come with it. Helped launch the iPhone. If you don't like it, sorry. The cloud evolution, mixed reality, which we act like it's something new, but if we've lived in our minds, we know what mixed reality has always been. So it's not something new in the digital space. It's something that we're borrowing the blueprint from things from a long time ago. And that lineage and legacy is important to remember. And finally, I led a team working on conversational machine learning and AI, and learned from making a lot of mistakes in that process, which we can talk about when I'm not pushing the button. In this journey, I've helped launch hundreds of products and services for Fortune 500 companies, worked on early stages at innovation centers, as well as advised and evaluated hundreds of startups. So I understand this ecosystem from different perspectives, from what people want, and when their goals compete and are in conflict of interest with sometimes their desire. So for this commission, for example, you would hear lots of things, but you'll hear it based on your goals, your incentives. And that's, again, something we can talk about outside of here as well. Today, I'm in front of you as a founder of RI Labs and the Responsible Innovation Project. This is an independent business and entity working on customized and collaborative responsible innovation playbooks for AI and other emerging tech that AI is embedded in. We must remember that when we talk about AI. I'm sure that's been brought up before. We recently launched a Future of Leadership program and started laying the groundwork for an independent hub for multidisciplinary idea and knowledge exchange, because we understand that we don't understand a lot of things. And we think the only way we will solve this problem is if we organize correctly around it and are transparent about what we know and what we don't know, and what our organizations allow us to do and not do. So we're trying to create this place outside. And during the last 2 years, I have seen a growing need for both AI and tech literacy that is accessible and experience-based, not just theoretical. And I believe a gentleman was just speaking about that. So I've authored online courses on ethics in AI and data science, 5G and AI for Linux Foundation that are publicly available for anyone. And they've been accessed globally now in 83 countries and regions that I know about. I've also lectured at University of Berkeley on responsible innovation for entrepreneurs, tech makers, and business leaders. I hold patents for policy and security frameworks and have advised startups, industry groups, as well as served on boards and committees for nonprofits and human rights organizations. In addition to computer science and electrical engineering degrees, I'm deeply interested in social innovation, have an MFA in creative writing and literature, and enjoy rock climbing. Why do I say that? Because two questions preoccupy me. It's not that learn about me, it's just how are we designing our world? And how is that designing us? People who are places of privilege, who understand where we're leading and how we're organizing. As people, as community, at work, in our homes, with our families, and when we are alone. I started RI Labs because I know leaders inside this ecosystem who are deeply concerned about the imbalance they feel at work, the disconnect and the gap between what is publicly announced and spoken and the incentives and the ground reality of what they can do in those spaces, what is really being done. This is the gap that we call the trust gap, the opportunity gap between having best practices, audits, and governance, and how and where they are used. Some reports you might have seen cite that even companies that have AI principles and ethics, only 9 to 20% of them publicly admit of operationalizing these principles. The gap, the trust gap, the opportunity gap can lead us down into breakdown of trust and cooperation and make progress, decision-making, innovation, and adoption of new technologies and ideas bumpy, difficult, and at times highly charged and unnecessarily polarized. This gap breeds malcontent about people's works and workplaces, and in my opinion, wastes our energy. So, though I'm a tech enthusiast in many ways, I'm now focusing on leadership and everybody in this room is a leader, is a kind of leadership that we need for the future, and a hub this cooperation, this commission is talking to each other and understanding from different ecosystems, seeing examples of what is working and where. And also, I will keep emphasizing this need for independent place where people can, outside their affiliations, have a place to speak their mind. So what we find in these spaces, and when I sit down with leaders, we ask them what their goals are. We ask them if they're willing to see the reality, what we call the RI lens, acknowledge it and address it. We gather these unique examples, use cases, case studies, based on the specific environment, culture, application, industry, and we work with them to manage the tensions of innovation. You know this, right? When we say open data sets, people have probably talked about that. How can open data sets be kept safe? So when we talk about open, it sounds good. Safe sounds good, but they're in tension with each other, right? If we make everything open, sometimes people don't feel honest, safe to be honest. As you know, my hands are hurting, but as you can tell, I'm pushing this button. Maybe I'm pushing it.
I know you're pushing it just fine. I'm giving you your 1 minute requested heads up, and that also may give your hand a rest too.
Well, thank you for that. So, you know, I was going to, and I can do this offline, I was going to share with you some of the things we found as the most common concerns with AI and data science. The research has shown that they fall into some key buckets: human rights and dignity, which is consent and agency, environmental impact, fairness, transparency, and accountability. We found that the people who are inside the ecosystems technology, they consider transparency, accountability, privacy, data integrity, and surveillance as equally weighted almost concerns when they're outside of their affiliation in these roundtables. So, you know, I have so much data here we would get to, but what I would kind of, you know, in closing, I will just jump to the very last part of it. As we all know, AI and data science is being embedded into organizations and technology. So one thing I think we need to use care and caution about is overemphasizing just AI. So what we're really talking about is how do we build healthy boundaries around our digital and physical spaces? Whether it's powered by AI or powered by quantum or powered by mixed reality and a little bit of AI, what does that technology matter? Technology is a tool to get us to places, and it's the use that matters. So this, you know, some reports show it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry is being created by AI and data science. How much of that projected multi-trillion-dollar growth is being earmarked to understand and ensure that we build better and more balanced systems with healthy boundaries, that we integrate the impact on people and environment into our design? Basically, how much of that 15 or so trillion dollars are going to make sure that we create, serve, and protect the people that we are committed, or we say that we're trying to protect, or at least don't break stuff too much and negatively impact them, so that our social media, we can engage in social media with delight and excitement without worrying about the threat to elections and democratic process. When a digital platform is being accessed by a child for remote learning, we don't have to worry about predators and mal-informed content being shown and, you know, pushed to them. And then I would say this is an opportunity. What would our companies, institution, leadership, homes, lives, and world look like if we leveraged what we are learning from AI and data science, what's being reflected back at us, the world we're creating, to build better systems that we say we want, instead of continuing on our current course and amplify existing imbalances, gaps, and disparities. And that's really where I would end, is we need leaders. And that's why we're creating a leadership program and hub. I invite you to use our platform to create our idea labs, multidisciplinary pop-up idea labs to, you know, in 2.5 hours, we're able to come up with recommendations with people who usually don't agree. And we need these leaders to have the courage to ask the hard questions like people here today and be willing to organize us in innovative ways to navigate through these opportunities and challenges. That's why at RI Labs, we're building a leadership program and a hub to hold multidisciplinary discussions, bring examples and resources, because that's what we've heard, beyond talk. Like, what are people really doing? What's really working? And bring a deeper thinking about the future of technology and leadership, and do it as independently as possible with little or transparent conflict of interest, because in the end, the way we design our world will design us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of important questions that I hope we'll drill down into during our Q&A. Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Jonathan Stray. He's a senior scientist at the Berkeley Center for Human Compatible AI. Jonathan, the floor is yours. Hope you've done your hand exercises to be able to hold down that button for 8 minutes or so.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. So I have had a long career in how information and technology intersect. I was a computer scientist here in the Valley for about 10 years. Then I moved to New York and got into journalism. Eventually, I taught the double master's degree in computer science and journalism at Columbia, where I used AI to find stories for investigative journalism. Now I've moved back here. I've switched to the other end of the pipeline, and now I study recommender systems at Berkeley. Even if you don't know the word, I'm sure you know what a recommender system is. These are the algorithms that select and personalize information across a variety of domains. They are the largest deployed AI systems currently, serving billions of users. They sort information, they sort the products we buy, news we see, even jobs. So I am here to try to say a few concrete things about the challenges of regulating recommenders. So first, for clarification, although I will be talking about social media, I'm not talking exclusively about social media. And I'm not talking about content moderation. So I'm talking about the ranking of items that people see, as opposed to which items should not be seen by anyone. And I see three major challenges to policy in this area. The first one is there is really no neutral baseline in most cases to compare policies against. The second is that we don't have standardized measurements of the outcomes we might be worried about, such as depression or radicalization or even environmental externalities from buying too many high carbon products. And then the third question is, everybody agrees we should have transparency, but transparency of what? So I'll take these one at a time. There is a proposed law called the Protecting Americans from Dangerous Algorithms Act, which provides exemptions and immunity from liability if a platform sorts items by, and they have this list here, chronologically, by average user rating, alphabetically, randomly, or by views, downloads, or similar use. The underlying thinking here is that these are somehow unbiased or neutral, and therefore deserve legal protection. I don't think this makes a lot of sense for a variety of reasons. First of all, we know that sorting by popularity is not neutral. Just because something is popular doesn't mean that it's good. Although popularity can help, there's been exploration of the conditions under which popularity correlates or does not correlate with quality. I think maybe a little more surprising is the idea that a chronological list is neutral. And there's a number of reasons for this. So first of all, a chronological list is very subject to whoever posts those. So spam or that brand who wants to post 50 times a day when your friend only posts once a day. And also chronological sorting has no way to reduce the incidence of stuff which is, not in violation of a policy, but maybe not really what you want to see. So-called borderline content. There's a variety of evidence that suggests that people are always going to post more and engage more with stuff that is sort of right up against the line and not open. So when you start to actually try to make these systems work in practice, you find that these simple baselines actually don't work very well. They're not things that you would probably want to practice. An even trickier problem is that chronological kind of works as a baseline if you're thinking of Twitter or Facebook or a product which is designed around manually following a small number of sources. But it doesn't make a lot of sense for YouTube or Netflix, Spotify, Google News, Amazon, etc., where a scrolling list of every new item would use this. The second difficulty I want to talk about is we don't really have a good sense of how to measure the outcomes. So rather than trying to regulate the algorithms that are used, you could try to write regulation around what the results of these systems are. Now, doubtless you have seen the coverage of the Facebook files last fall, and you probably heard a statistic, a third of the young women who had body image issues felt that these were worse when they used Instagram. So this actually comes from a focus group with 40 or so young women, and didn't involve any platform data at all. And so we as outsiders to this conversation are left watching the Wall Street Journal and Meta trade tweets about how to correctly interpret what a few dozen young women said. This is no way to set policy or adjudicate the question of whether social media is good or bad for us. But interestingly, in the Facebook files, there was a much more interesting set of documents which reported on an experiment with 100,000 users in 9 countries. What they did is they surveyed these people and they were asking for something called social comparison, negative and positive social comparison. Negative social comparison is when I look at someone and say, my God, I'm never going to be that beautiful. Positive social comparison is when I look at someone and I say, wow, this is really inspiring. I'm going to get in shape. And so they asked people, do you experience negative and positive social comparison? And the answer is both. People report both of these experiences quite common. About 10% of users report often or always experiencing negative social comparison. But curiously, it depended on which part of the product they were using. So they controlled for a bunch of variables, sort of age, gender, location, frequency of use, and so on, and tried to figure out what correlated with experiences of negative social comparison. And the first answer they got was that people, when exposed to celebrities in feed, which is one part of the product, felt worse, but when exposed to celebrities in stories, which are these like little video clips, felt better. They reported more positive social comparison. So it wasn't even a question of, is social media good or bad? It's both, and different parts of the product are predominantly one or the other. You'll also notice that we're trying to get at causes here. That's the purpose of controlling for all these variables. And in general, this is quite challenging. It's difficult to know if people are depressed because they are using social media, or if depressed people use social media more. Really, the only way to disentangle this is through experiments. And these files also show an experiment where they tried turning off the indicator of the number of likes. And they got about a 2% improvement in negative social comparison. However, at the same time, they found no improvement in overall well-being from the product. So where does all of this lead us? It's easy to talk about trying to regulate or monitor the outcomes of recommenders. You could imagine a regime almost like the EPA, where they set allowable levels of certain types of foods. But which outcomes? What do you do if the product has both positive and negative outcomes, or different parts or different features of the same product have different outcomes? And should we be looking at a list of more specific indicators or an overall well-being measure? And even if we can detect changes, how do we know that these are caused by the platform? So especially because there are thousands, literally thousands of different metrics we might monitor. There's actually an IEEE standard called IEEE 7010, well-being metrics in AI systems, which lists hundreds of things that we might use. The final challenge I want to talk to you about today is transparency of what? Everyone agrees that we should have more transparency around how these are used and how they operate, but there's less agreement about what should be transparent. So let's run through some of the possibilities. Transparency of code. Well, releasing the code behind these platforms, aside from being sort of an ill-defined question, sort of how big is that scope, right? Does it include the database that it runs on and so forth? What you're going to end up with is millions of lines of code that are really only understandable by specialists and don't tell you what you want to know anyway, which is what it's doing to people. Because all of these effects are interactions between the technology and the users. People have proposed transparency on what the major features or parameters of an algorithm is. It's an interesting idea, but it sort of runs into the same problem. Well, we're not talking about the billions of weights in the neural network. We're not talking about just the very broad strokes. Well, it's based on the number of likes and how often you commented. We already know that. So it's something in between. But so far, at least in the policy community, there hasn't really been a specific definition. The next possibility is to release user data. Now, obviously, there's enormous privacy concerns now. What we'd really like to talk about is the outcomes of what happens. That's very challenging for the reasons I just described. What we could talk about instead is what we in the recommender community have been calling user trajectories. So that is what the user saw and what they did, their path through the system. Now, obviously, this too is very private. But there are emerging techniques, as we saw with the differential privacy approaches applied to the Facebook social science one data set, that might allow us to do this. And really, we would like this as an ongoing access. So we want an API that gives us privacy protected, aggregated information on what users are seeing and doing over long time spans, right? Many of these concerns are problems that we might expect to see emerge over months or years rather than it's.
Jonathan, I'm just going to give you your 1 minute heads up if you're
Perfect.
able to wrap up. I know you're close.
Another possibility is documentation. So the Digital Services Act and the proposed Algorithmic Accountability Act talk about risk assessment. It's an interesting idea. It would have to be extremely domain specific. The risks of a news recommender are very different than the risks of Amazon or even Spotify. Another idea which is emerging in conversations, but not yet much in the policy community, is the idea of a change log. What did you change in this platform for each major change? What were you trying to accomplish? What was the data that you had at the time which led you to make this change? The motivations and the reasoning and the data available at the time are going to be far more interesting than post hoc analysis of platform. But actually, the transparency possibility I'm most bullish on, not surprisingly, since this is what I'm currently working on, is research collaboration between platforms and academics. And I'm talking about more than simply access to the data. There is something called the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, which would allow the FCC to mandate certain types of data access. This is very interesting, and I think a very interesting model for who gets to decide who gets access. However, there are a lot of limits to what we can learn from observational data. Platform data access is not enough. What we need is to be able to do experiments. If we ever want to figure out what causes what, we need to change something and observe the results. This is difficult. It requires protection of platform, user, and public interests. But I would like to see, and I believe it is possible, to devise contractual structures that would make these sorts of external researcher experiments possible. So in summary, I would say 3 things. Learn to live without neutral choices. In particular, the word amplification assumes that there is a neutral baseline to which we can compare distribution. I would say specify how harms are to be measured and who decides how they are to be measured. And finally, enable social science research, because that's the only way we're ever going to be able to answer the overarching questions, which are by nature causal. Thank you.
Jonathan, thank you very much. Final panelist on this panel is Doug Block. He's the political director of Teamsters Joint Council number 7. Doug, the next 8 minutes are yours.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I'm very happy to be here. I'm representing more than 100,000 Teamsters in Northern California, the Central Valley, and Nevada. And I think my job is to be a little provocative today. But the truth is, I do want to say I appreciate all of you and the employers that you represent, because if they're not making money, then there's no money to share with the workers I represent. And that includes the bus drivers for Salesforce and for LinkedIn, who make very good wages and benefits. So thank you for that. I also had the honor to serve on Governor Newsom's commission on the future of work here. And based on what we saw there, I became convinced that all of the talk of the robot apocalypse and robots coming to take workers' jobs was a lot of hyperbole. I think that the bigger threat to the workers I represent is that the robots will come and supervise through algorithms and artificial intelligence. So my job and people like me, we have to empower workers to not only question the role of technology in the workplace, but also to use tools such as collective bargaining and government regulation to make sure that workers also benefit from its deployment, not just employers. So let me, I'm kind of a history buff, and I want to start with the Industrial Revolution, which was a time when changes in technology radically redefined our relationship to work as we moved from an agricultural to an industrial society. And it allowed industry to extract tremendous levels of efficiency from workers and tremendous profit. You know, we all benefited from that. Obviously, some workers suffered horrible wages and working conditions, and we can all read about that. But in response to that, we saw the beginning of trade unions. And we also saw the Luddites and all these worker groups that did everything in their power to fight against new technology. For example, the Lamplighters Union, who smashed light bulbs as cities electrified. The textile workers who destroyed machines via acts of industrial sabotage. You know, this has been referred to by some historians as collective bargaining by riot. And in either case, industrial strife combined with massive unemployment and depression led to the adoption of the National Labor Relations Act of 1935. And I wouldn't be here without that. Because the NLRA is what gave workers the right to organize a union and collectively bargain. And then it was in 1970 that we saw OSHA get passed under President Nixon. So fast forward to today, we have machinery and production standards regulated by OSHA, but the digital tools that we're talking about today are largely unregulated and operating behind the scenes. And I think it's worth noting the intent of the NLRA was, it was the policy of the US government to protect the free flow of commerce. The authors believed that the best way to eliminate industrial disputes was by establishing a balanced bargaining power between workers and employers. And I think that is relevant to this conversation today. So let me talk a little more history and then talk about what the Teamsters are doing. We started in 1903, driving teams of horses, delivering milk, bread, ice, beer, more. And 10 years later, we saw motorized trucks go into production. And there were a whole bunch of people in the Teamsters Union that said, that's never going to happen. They'll never replace the horse and carriage. But our president at the time saw that technology was radically changing the freight moving industry. And we got out in front on it and began organizing truck drivers. And we asked our employers that operated the horses and carriages to train our people to drive the trucks. The point I'm trying to make is we were not afraid of technology then, and we aren't now. But we are going to question about it. You know, we're going to question what's the purpose, make sure that it's regulated, and make sure that workers have a voice in the process. We've actually been guinea pigs for a lot of the stuff that people are talking about here. And thanks to us and our employers, we all enjoy this technology every time we get in our cars and drive. We all benefit from it. So let me talk about our largest employer, UPS, who introduced something called the DIAD in 1990, the Delivery Information Acquisition device, which is the little handheld computer our members get before they get in the truck. It's what collects the signatures, it scans the barcodes, it's got all the tracking information, the routing, it's all in there. And by 2010, UPS had added the sensors that we all have in our cars now, tell us where the truck is, how fast we're driving, how hard we hit the brakes, idling time, fuel consumption, how long it takes to make deliveries. It even tells them whether we have our seatbelt on. The supervisors can call us through the dyad, it tracks our hours, it collects all of this data and sends it back to management. It integrates with a navigation system called Orion, which is just like the map program we have on our phone, except it's on steroids, Orion. And it's fantastic because you put it all together and it tells our members how to get you your stuff as quickly and as cheaply as possible. And I'll give you an example. Orion makes sure we don't make left turns because it takes longer to wait in traffic and it uses more gas. It's really amazing technology. And this is all called telematics in trucking. And used right, the technology is good for workers, for corporations, for customers, and the climate. Certainly good for UPS, who had their most profitable year last year. And as I've said, you know, a Teamster driver in California makes $100,000 a year, fully paid family health insurance and a pension, even if you have a high school education. So that's a win for everybody. The big question for organized labor right now and worker advocates, and this is true for UPS, because we're going into negotiations this year for 325,000 members, the largest collective bargaining agreement in the country.
Doug, I'm just going to give you your 1 minute heads up.
Oh, okay, great. The question is, how does all of this technology relate to production standards, to hiring, and to discipline? So let me just tell you how it works in our UPS contract and then wrap up. In our union contract, it says no driver can get fired because of surveillance technology unless they engage in dishonest behavior. A supervisor has to directly observe your behavior. You can't get fired by an algorithm. You get a verbal warning after repeat offenses, and you have due process through the grievance procedure. And finally, the contract says we can meet with UPS if we think technology is being misused for discipline. Think about a UPS driver making 100 deliveries a day. That's 325,000 drivers collecting all of this data. And it's good for UPS to build the algorithm, but we have to make sure it's not used against us. And how we deal with technology is very important, not just for our members, but for Amazon drivers and other workers that don't have the protection for collective bargaining. If the fight, I'll say this in close. If the fight of the last century was for workers to have unions and have protections like OSHA, I honestly believe that the fight of this century for workers is going to be around data, and that workers should have a say in what happens with it and to share in the profits with it. And I would encourage you all to share that vision with us as we go forward. Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much. We've got 16 minutes for questions, which is fabulous. Donna, start.
Yeah, quick question. First of all, thank you all for the terrific remarks. So Doug, question. I'm so glad you're doing this work. I mean, it seems to me that every protection a worker has, no matter what their job, no matter whether they're unionized or not, is because a union normally fought for those protections. So it's important that you're working on this stuff. I mean, I remember reading a few years ago that a big retailer had developed kind of an algorithm where they would look at the first 30 minutes of the store activity. How many people are coming in the store? What's happening in the parking lot? They'd look at the weather. and they'd look at other events going on in the community, and they'd make a determination how busy the store is going to be. Yeah. And then they'd send out text messages to people saying you don't have to come in. It doesn't look like it's busy. Yet those people might have arranged childcare, whatever the case, right? Which is, I think strikes most people as incredibly unfair. So, I mean, how should we think about these things?
Well, I think that's where workers having some sort of organization or having the ability to negotiate around those policies is important. Because I can see how that benefits workers being able to plan ahead, but with such short notice, that's the problem. So here in California, many cities have passed scheduling ordinances, give non-union workers the ability to get more advance notice on their schedule.
Right, because if they're unionized, they're going to have it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I think that's a wonderful example. The one that particularly concerns me is I spent a lot of time for many years at the table with Uber and Lyft, and we were genuinely trying to figure out if there was some way to accommodate their business model and give workers the ability to make their jobs better. And I think part of the concern is that their wages, the earnings that workers make, are based on those sort of dynamic conditions. What's the supply and demand at that exact moment and location? What's the weather exactly? And so I think that sort of unpredictability about how much money am I going to be able to make today is part of the dangers of the algorithm.
Very.
So let me take you somewhere. In your mind, you're having dinner with the President of the United States, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. What are the recommendations, very specific recommendations that you make to each of them if you only had 60 seconds to make a recommendation?
I have to admit, I was just looking up the schedule for today. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I mean, you're sitting with the President, the Majority Leader of the Senate, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and you have a minute to make a very specific recommendation. What would it be?
In my case, it would be, don't try to make detailed regulations on what the algorithms are doing. Instead, figure out how to get researchers in there to answer the questions that you're concerned about.
I would repeat, can you hear me? I would repeat what I had mentioned before is, first of all, don't trust anyone who tries to give you a recommendation within a 60-second framing, and question that framing. If it's such an important decision, why do I only have a minute? I just say, that's where I would start. And I would ask the people what their goals are. Who are they serving? Are they serving the citizens of their country? Or are they trying to create an unnecessary tension between worker and those working for? Why isn't that a collective decision-making? Because what's good, when your workers are happy, then you make great business. So what I would say is, if we're trying to build this trillion-dollar industry, what investment can you make to direct your resources to build the kind of resources and leadership that you need when you're not totally hijacked by a few companies, interests, government, academics, all of that? How can you restructure intelligence and knowledge and free it up from there? So I would ask for redirection of the resources to an independent institution that serves the people and well-being of the planet, which will be showing up this country as a leader not just a competitive force, but a leader that it's been, a moral leader with a moral compass. So I think it's an investment that has to be made, not one singular decision, if that makes sense.
Well, obviously, I would just ask Siri to answer the question for me. Sorry, bad joke about artificial intelligence. I had the opportunity to meet with Governor Newsom, Speaker Anthony Rendon, and Senate Pro Tem Leader Tony Atkin in California. And my recommendation and the recommendation of our union was to establish a future of work commission because, as my fellow panelists said, 60 seconds, not enough time. But the ability to bring together a diverse group of stakeholders, including people that are represented here today, to hash out how we deal with these very complicated problems. I think that's the first step. But that's what I said.
May I add just one comment? I'm pushing 6 seconds. If we look around this room, I think one thing I would also ask is whatever you establish, whatever organization, commission you establish, let's make sure we bring some diversity of voices and experience and skills onto that. Because unless we've experienced the problem, what we don't know, we don't know. And so it's a false representation when some of us, who are very privileged people, try to make decisions for people whose reality we don't understand. Let's make room for their voices.
Other questions? Yeah.
Okay, you made a comment earlier. You said that baby design will design us. That's your punchline. The question is, anything we do ultimately will affect baby teeth. So where do you draw a line if you're thinking from a policy perspective? Where do you draw a line and say, yep, the way this is affecting us, not so right? And how do you really go about building some structure on it?
I think you're saying, how do we get past paralysis and try to make perfect decisions? Because then we won't do anything. And the thing is, we sit in innovation centers. How do we iterate in a way that we're starting from? And I think my co-panelists did a really good job trying to layer that in the recommender area. The way, when we sit in rooms with leaders, the way we're thinking about it is, fortunately or unfortunately, the bar is so low that anything you do kind of in that direction works out really well. So, for example, there's a legislation that I have looked at that I was advising someone, and it was a privacy legislation. And I'm not a regulatory. You could tell that it was crafted by a company that builds facial recognition software. Like we were starting there. Not crafted by them, but maybe highly consulted. I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions. But it truly was starting there. And so what we say is, what's the tension? What's your goal? How can you start to build for protection? So first thing we say is, what would happen if kids do something? Let's start from places that aren't that, hard to understand. How could you, if this privacy or facial recognition software was being used on minors or vulnerable groups, what protection could you use? Could they opt out? So some design things would be, could they opt out? Are there alternatives? Are there viable alternatives? And what does that look like? And they're actually examples. So we haven't started making examples of people who are doing things right, kind of thing, because there's so much focus on people who are not. And we want to recognize them, but also show that as an example. So in that place, it was just that. Can they opt out? Do they have an option? Can you protect the minors? Can you protect somebody who doesn't understand technology? Like, we have so many children went in, they didn't realize that what they're recording on YouTube or putting in there was, there for prosperity. Everybody could view it. They were in their living room. They were in their rooms recording it. We've got to create better platforms. So we can start there. That answer your question?
Jonathan, you made a quick comment. You said we have to enable more of social science research. There's so much happening is what I believe. Why do you specifically identify that as an area? Is it because you don't believe enough is being done? And second thing is, what needs to be done to drive that?
Right. So there's tons of research on social media in particular and recommender system more broadly. It's all hampered, or almost all of it is hampered by a few fundamental problems. So what you normally see sort of toy algorithms with real users. So a researcher will implement their own sort of lab recommender system and test it out. Or you see real algorithms with bots. So real algorithms with toy users. Or you see observational studies from the outside, which you can learn some things about, but not everything. It's for most of the questions we are most concerned about, they're fundamentally causal questions for which methodologies other than experiments are not going to give us satisfying answers. And I think one of the things that emerged in the last few years of research is that it's just extremely hard to understand what is happening, even if you have access to the platform data, which few people do. So I would say access to platform data, which many people are talking about, which is a great improvement, is an excellent start. But even if I had that, there are questions that you could ask me that I would not be able to answer. The most concise summary I can give of this is the questions we care about are the causal questions.
Igor, I'm going to give you the last word on this. I saw you have your hand up very obediently. If you want to add a comment here before we close out this panel, we'd love to hear from you again.
Very well, I appreciate that. And to the previous gentleman's question, I'll say this. Put a hammer in Jimmy Carter's hand and he'll build you a habitat for humanity. Put that same hammer in Ted Bundy's and you'll get a dead body. The turbulence you're seeing with these various engines, such as facial recognition, is a normal part of innovation. And once something exists, we figure out the boundaries of where it fits or doesn't fit in our communities. I co-wrote such a piece in The Diplomat with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman on AI needing to be developed in a way that's authentic to our values. So this commission and the recommendations, if we talk about that 1 minute moment and the recommendations of Erik Schmidt's National Security Commission on AI are an absolute step in the right direction. We need things like what Startup New York program is, but targeting AI and taking to a national level to reduce the friction of future innovators, such as everybody in this room. Immigration reform is obvious. A new National Defense Education Act is an imperative, with scientific literacy moving to the forefront. AI, as many of you have said today, should not be an ivory tower construct and needs to permeate our society. So well done on convening this and looking forward to our future interactions.
Thank you so much. That's a great way to close this hour's panel. Thank you to our panelists for your insights, and I hope you'll remain available to us as we move forward in our work on this commission. I'm just excited. I tried to reach the very high bar set by John Delaney from the last panel, and we're going to be kicking it over to him. We'll take a couple of minute break, I guess, and Congressman Delaney will be leading us to the next panel. Thank you all.
Recommendations shown to her by the POMK product. Imini receives the invitation to connect from Daniela and can choose to either accept or decline that invitation. If Imini accepts the invitation, then Daniela and Imini become connected to each other and become part of each other's network. A user's network leads to several important downstream effects on LinkedIn. For instance, a job applicant is 4 times more likely to be hired in a company where they have connections. And more than 40% of all the connections on LinkedIn are initiated via the POMK or people product. And hence, it's a very important driving factor for how people build their networks and the ramifications of those networks further on. The way we assess fairness in POMK is through multiple different initiatives. The first one is by looking more closely at the product usage funnel. So in POMK, the different steps of this funnel would include the candidates which are generated by the algorithm that would be considered to be shown to a member. The second is the actual impression of candidates that are shown to the member. So that's the algorithm picking from the candidate set to actually show to a member. The third is the invitations which are being sent out as a result of those impressions. And finally, the invited deciding to connect or not. So these are the 4 steps in the POIMK funnel. When we are trying to understand how the product is being used by different groups of members, what we look at is the representation number of each group through different stages of the funnel. And we use the previous funnel step as a reference distribution to understand how the different groups fared and behaved through it. Such detailed analysis helps us to understand which portions of the funnel are working well and not working well for different demographic groups. The second aspect that we look at is algorithmic fairness. For algorithmic fairness, of course, there's extensive literature already. But one key thing that we wish to achieve is to ensure that we have equal opportunity for equally qualified members. What this translates into in the POIMK product is opportunity is equivalent to exposure or being impressed on the product. And qualification, the definition we choose is essentially the outcome of getting invited and the invitation being accepted, or essentially a connection being formed. With these 2 definitions of opportunity and qualification, we run various statistical tests, borrowing from the fairness literature as well as adapting it to the specifics of our use case. We look at 3 different approaches in our algorithmic fairness work. The first is pre-training. An example of this would be adjusting the weights of training data points. Here, the general objective is to improve disparity in model performance for various groups. The second bucket of work is in training or interventions in the training process itself. An example here would be adding appropriate regularization functions. This can also help in model performance improvement, as well as passively improving fairness measures. And the third one is a post-training intervention, which is after the training is done. So examples of this would be a score booster or a re-ranker. This is the most direct option to enforce a chosen definition of fairness, and hence can be a great means to provide immediate relief to potential discrepancy in the model being trained. However, the primary drawback of this approach is that it may not actually improve model. And finally, going back to the impact part of our intent and impact framework, we have continuous monitoring of our systems, especially of all the changes that we're deploying. So we use randomized testing or A/B tests to understand both the intended and especially the unintended impact of our changes on different user cohorts. So in closing, it's great to see the awareness and amount of active research and thinking happening both in industry and academia to make the world in general and our tech products and platforms in particular more inclusive and fair. And at LinkedIn, we are very excited to play our part.
Thank you, Shaunak. Appreciate that. Next up is Jacob Snow, who's the Senior Staff Attorney, Technology and Civil Liberties at the ACLU. Thank you, Jacob. And you've been very patient.
Yeah, no, great to be here.
Yeah, it's great.
Listening to everyone today, it's been really illuminating to hear all the expertise expressed in both testimony. So in 1972, the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare of the United States government released a report. It was titled Records, Computers, and the Rights of Citizens. And that report, in its first page, quote.
Not sure if your microphone is on.
There
you go.
I was pushing, but not on the button. So caution to everyone. This is an important point. So the report insisted, quote, that the challenges raised by computer technology should be examined broadly as important issues of social policy, rather than as narrowly conceived questions of record-keeping technique or imaginative system design. I think this quote takes on special relevance as we start to think about how AI systems, algorithmic systems, should be regulated. These are not narrow technical questions about how to design a product. They are social questions about what happens when a product is deployed into a society and the consequences of that deployment on people's lives. That includes safety and equity concerns that are within the boundaries of the product, but it cannot be limited to those equity and safety concerns in the boundaries of the product. And so I think in asking these questions, we should ask ourselves, are there certain technologies or certain applications of technologies that should not be in possession of certain actors at all? Are there red lines? And a second question is how can you tell where the red lines are? And I think that it's important to ask the people who are affected by a system, consult them in the design process for building a system.
and not have potentially engineers who occupy a certain privilege and often a demographic, but ask the people who are affected. So for example, what would undocumented people think, or workers, or people whose communities are devastated by mass incarceration? What would they think about supercharged surveillance tools? Or what would they think about predicting crime with an algorithm? Would they say we need narrow, specific, nuanced rules, or they would say, or would they say, like, hell no, I don't want any part of that being applied to my community or people that I care about? And so I'd like to talk about two particular examples of technologies that I think should really be on the other side of the red line. One of those is facial recognition. We've heard that come up a lot today, and I think for very good reason. You know, there are applications of facial recognition, which I think at least superficially seem like they might be valuable. Finding a missing person or tracking down a dangerous criminal, for example. But consider building the infrastructure for that system, both in technical terms and also in cultural terms, and how that infrastructure is necessary to build that kind of solution. And realize that any tool that can find a missing person can find a political dissident. Any tool that can pick a criminal out of a crowd can do the same for an undocumented person, or a person who has received reproductive health care. And we're living, in a time when it's not necessary for people like me, for civil rights and privacy advocates, to say, just imagine if technology fell into the wrong hands. It's going right directly into the wrong hands after it's been built. And so the companies building those tools have responsibility, but the legal system should step in. The ACLU has been engaged in this work extensively since for a long time. And in 2018, we released a report focusing on the fact that Amazon, I know they're on the next panel, so looking forward to hearing from them, Amazon was selling facial recognition software to law enforcement. And in 2018 as well, we released the results of the test, where we took 25,000 publicly available mugshots and compared those mugshots for every member of Congress, got 26 false matches, disproportionately of color, from the United States Congress at the time. And the goal of that was to underscore that the errors in these systems, but also when they're accurate, has implications for people's lives, and not just people who don't occupy positions of power, but people who occupy positions of power as well. In 2019, San Francisco became the first city in the country, and I think in the world, to ban facial recognition use by governments. And since then, bans have been put into place around the country: Oregon and Washington, Massachusetts, Virginia, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Mississippi. There are a lot of local governments leading the way here, putting in place effective regulations that are much stronger than in some cases at the state level and at the federal level. And we also brought, the ACLU National brought a lawsuit against a company called Clearview AI for violation of the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act. And Clearview, in case you haven't heard of it, sells a tool that essentially identifies anyone on Earth, and they sell that technology to law enforcement, including the federal government. And in Illinois, there's a law, the Biometric Information Privacy Act, which requires people to consent for biometrics. So it applies to fingerprints, it applies to iris prints, it applies to face prints as well. And the ACLU represents plaintiffs in that case, suing them for a violation of the law. And today, actually, that lawsuit settled, and it put in place restrictions on using Clearview AI by any private party in the United States. So an Illinois law has now implications that protect people everywhere in the United States. There's also an opt-out for Illinois residents. So the two takeaways from that facial recognition work. First, sorry to say, but I think a private right of action where people can actually enforce their own rights under the law is, well, I'm not sorry to say it, but I know the Chamber of Commerce isn't a fan of that perspective, but I think it's actually really important for people to be able to enforce their rights. State laws protect people outside of the state boundaries. So it's important to preserve the ability for states to move first, move faster, and to be more protective. And then also, regulations that are not specifically about artificial intelligence or algorithm systems are also AI regulation. And so, this was a biometric privacy law that passed in 2007, I think. And it's a privacy law, but it has real implications for the use of AI systems. I think we can think a little bit more broadly about what constitutes AI regulation and realize that worker protections, housing support, privacy laws, all of those frameworks put in place deeper social, health-related, and economic protections that limit the harm that can come about algorithmic systems. The other example I'd like to talk about is in the family regulation context. In Allegheny, Pennsylvania, there's a system that generates a risk score when a complaint comes in about a potential child mistreatment event. And that risk score is generated using comparisons to past examples where people have been targeted by family regulation system in Pennsylvania. So it essentially means that people who've been the subject of investigation and prosecution by family regulators in Pennsylvania are more likely to have that happen to them in the future. And so, that system is pervaded by a lot of the structural and fundamentally racist policies that allow communities in those places to be separated disproportionately more likely if, for example, they're Black or a poor family. And so the risk is to make the past in that regard also. So the question is, how can systems like that be justified at all? There's lots of calls today. I'll conclude with this. I really appreciate all the calls today for thoughtfulness, thinking about transparency, thinking about larger social impacts, particular protection, safe harbors, bias assessments, all of that. Those are important and absolutely vital conversations. But the message I'd like to leave you with is that a regulatory framework doesn't clearly articulate applications that should be off the table for a diverse, inclusive, democratic, and equitable society. That regulatory framework should be considered.
Thank you, Jacob, for those insightful comments. Next up is Roy Wang, the General Counsel of Eightfold.ai. Roy?
Thank you, Commission, for allowing me this opportunity. So today, I want to talk a few topics about AI practical observations that I've seen as a company. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm General Counsel of Eightfold.ai, which is a software company that applies AI to human resource technologies, similar to LinkedIn. Different use cases, different solutions, different customers. I personally came up from an interesting background. I have a PhD in AI from University of Illinois many moons ago. I thought that wasn't challenging enough, so I went to law. And then, went through law firms, in-house, I've stayed in the Bay Area, and most recently at Eightfold. Eightfold as a company has served many private clients and public sector clients. So we have used AI to help employers both hire and retain talents, such as internal mobility, succession planning, and efficiency in hiring, et cetera, to support both US customers and European customers. So I want to offer some practical observations I have personally observed in this space. Generally speaking, I see that recently there's been a negative kind of perception in the media about government role in AI. Lots of headlines you read in the papers are so-and-so states, so-and-so government agencies are cracking down or hindering the adoption of AI. And I think it's an unfortunate kind of perception in the market. And I want to point out a couple of things that I see that AI can be very good at that people may underappreciate. One is in the HR space, there is the concept of disparate treatment and disparate impact. And AI is an ideal candidate for disparate treatment. I think that's kind of a consensus on. Because AI, you have to assume the designers in average are not out there to discriminate and out there to disparage a particular group. And certainly we need to put safeguards around that. But disparate treatment is a natural area for AI to excel. Disparate impact, you can also deal with that through active monitoring, through careful design, through human-centric application. So those are things, once you take it careful safeguards around it, are actually where the AI shine. And when I joined this company, I personally experienced a lot of frictions in employment. Right? When I submit my resume to a company, I don't know why they reject me or don't look at me. It could be my name. It could be certain perceptions around my degree or certain things. And those lack transparency are highlighted by the use of inexperienced recruiters at companies or people who just have limited knowledge. There's human nature. You don't know everything about what kind of schools are out there. When you come with the name of the school, you don't know what kind of graduates came out of that school. And there's a lot of turnovers in HR profession. And so that exacerbates the problem. So AI can actually be very well adapted to solve those issues. They can suggest, make suggestions. They can highlight the skills you might need for a particular role. Like in our example, we can see and have made AI to have jobs come to you as a candidate. So you don't have to search. You actually can have jobs recommended. So it serves both sides of the market. And I agree with the gentleman on my left that in thinking about these regulations issue, you do need to think about the experiences impact on the recipient of the use case, right? So in our case, it's both employer and the candidate. If you make it easier for candidates to apply, if it's easier for employers to look at the candidates, then there's a synergy to be solved. And we have observed that the AIs can have a massive improvement over societal impact. During COVID, massive unemployment, there's a sudden speed. And if you can find an efficient way to elevate the hirings in terms of efficiency, fairness, the direct monetary benefit to the state's treasury is very at a very large scale. And another thing is, I personally have dealt with a lot of European customers. In general, we all know that European customers care a lot about privacy as a fundamental right. But when it comes to AI, if you resolve the privacy concern, I see a lot of embracing of AI technology because there's a general sense that, hey, our countries in Europe are behind in technology development adoption, unlike US and other countries. So there is a general, I wouldn't say, I can't quantify that, but there's anecdotal evidence that I personally have seen. European customers embrace AI. And a lot of the US companies, on the other hand, are kind of drawn to this headline news that somehow AI is killing our future, replacing jobs, and they're not seeing the benefits of it. So that's something that I think hopefully we can all pay more attention to in how we regulate, how we talk about the regulation. Another thing I want to offer is I've also seen companies are, due to historical practices, they just don't have the systems or skills or personnel to analyze data. Now with the digitization everywhere, AI can bring data to them at scale and do lots of analytics. And there's a fear that what if these analytics show that we, in the past, have not done things right? And so how about we just don't look at the data? And that's also perpetuated by lack of safe harbors in the regulation. Generally, laws rarely or don't often have safe harbors built in. So when thinking about regulations, perhaps we should think how to reward or protect, encourage that kind of behavior where they self-audit, they self-examine the data, and not be afraid that if there's a historical inadequacy, that through incremental improvement, that they're not faulted for the efforts. And lastly, I want to say that, what COVID has kind of shown us is that our workforce is changing. Lots of people are remote, and lots of people have different skill sets, and the half-life of the skills are decreasing. What that means is the aperture of looking at a candidate for any particular job is wider. Lots of people are applying for different jobs, and mobility speed of the society is moving. So in that sense, AI can do a lot of good here that humans can get help from. So I think that goes to my first point is, let's take the fear out of AI and let's talk about the practical beneficial use of it. Last thing I want to mention is okay, great. Last thing I want to mention is the gentleman on the left mentioned there's a law in Illinois banning or requiring consent before use of biometrics. There are other laws like that in different states, even different cities. I would say I'm very glad that the commission is looking at this holistically from different stakeholders. That my wish is if we can coordinate all these efforts to come up with a national level or even international cohesivity with European legislation, that would be a great outcome. Because I think the piecemeal regulations have chances for conflicts, and we just heard, Illinois law has applications to non-Illinois residents, where it's just so intertwined today that it's unavoidable that a local issue becomes a national issue. So we should pay attention. That concludes my test. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. And then rounding things out is Jonathan Budd, the Chief of Staff for software at Neuro. Is that right?
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, Jonathan. Great. Thank you. This is working, right? All right.
I wouldn't say it's working.
Good enough.
As long as the green light is out.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. As mentioned, I am Chief of Staff for software at Neuro. For some context, Neuro is a robotics company based in Mountain View, where our mission is to better everyday life through robotics. Specifically, we are doing that today by building an autonomous vehicle custom built to power local commerce and goods delivery. We do this with a custom built vehicle. Right now it's called R2, soon to come out R3, that relies on a self-driving technology stack to transit goods for some of today the largest companies in the country, including our partners Kroger, Domino's, FedEx, as well as in the future, ideally anyone who wants to ship goods from one point to another. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how our technology works and then go through a bit of the use case we see for it, and then how we think about how this technology impacts communities' work. For context, self-driving cars at a high level do a few things. They start off by detecting the world around them, both where we are in the world and all of those around us. At Neuro, we use a variety of sensors for this, including cameras, radars, and lidars. One thing that we think matters a lot about our approach is see the inherent difficulty in any one technology solving this problem. That's why we use modalities. And one thing that we like a lot is apart from cameras, all the rest of our sensors don't even see color. So we feel very confident that any user on the road, regardless of what they look like, will be seen by our car appropriately. So with the detect done, self-driving cars then rely on a prediction step. You have to think about what are all these other agents in the world do, and particularly how are they going to react based on kind of an interactive prediction problem based on our actions. Once we've computed our idea of what the world's going to look like in the future and how we want to act in it, we then actually execute on the plan and do this over and over again until get the groceries where they're supposed to go. Happy to go into more detail on any questions about the technology. But with this technological core, we then have a few use cases we release. Right? As I mentioned earlier, our primary focus is on local goods delivery. And this is because today about 40% or a little over 40% of all car trips in the US are for goods delivery. You have several 1,000-pound car with a human driving, pick up a load of goods in it, which we just see as fundamentally inefficient and a waste of time, as well as huge safety and possible environmental hazard. And we believe our vehicle could provide a better alternative that is both safer and more efficient and generally a lower cost option for many. The other big component of this case we see is providing food access to more people. Today, goods delivery is still a growing market, particularly during the pandemic. We saw it greatly increase. One of the big areas of demand we saw was in communities that do not have ready access to supermarkets or other sources of fresh food. And today, a lot of these people are forced to either take public transit or own their own car to have that level of access. We believe with our technology, we can offer a service that is low cost enough that almost anyone in the US can have access to reliable delivery at. Now I want to talk a little bit about how we approach this problem and make sure we're a good member of it. And for us, this all starts with safety. When we built this vehicle, safety was top of mind. Starting with the vehicle itself. As I said, we have a custom designed vehicle. Think about it as half the size of a Toyota Prius. And a few of the key features that we designed into it are one, making sure that it's smaller than a normal car. This helps both the amount of space it takes up on the road, as well as its weight. So if there is a collision, we are less likely to cause damage than your average passenger car. Apart from vehicle design, software design is incredibly important. As I mentioned earlier, we rely on a variety of sensors, make sure we have redundancy, various types of failures in the environment, and then we follow a very rigorous process of testing and systems engineering to make sure that when we deploy our car, it is as safe or safer than a human driven vehicle. In addition, our particular approach to the problem of having no occupant in the vehicle automatically, I think makes us a lot safer because we can always prioritize the safety of other road users over our own vehicle, not to mention the fact that we're actually moving humans from the road, therefore reducing overall. One fact I'd like to bring up here is a study with Virginia Tech Transportation Institute, and they've estimated just the fact that we've gotten rid of the occupant alone accounts for a potential 60% reduction in human safety. A few of the other things that we care a lot about the design of our product is equity. As I mentioned earlier, there are massive food deserts in the United States that do not have access to the types of things that we here in the Bay Area. And we believe that our solution is able to close that gap. We believe that as of today, there are over 20 million Americans in the category that can be served by the product. And on top of that, we believe building a product that can be used by everyone. Something we've spent a lot of time doing is designing both our vehicle and our software interface to be accessible to as many people as possible. This includes doing a lot of studies with members of the disabled paratransit community to make sure that our vehicles can be used by them. And finally, a couple of things I want to touch on, how we think about the impact of our technology on the workforce. I think there's a common refrain that self-driving cars will take jobs. But I think it's important to think. All right, sounds good. I just want to call out, we see this as an opportunity to create whole new categories of job, particularly on the local level, to staff, maintain depots and services for this. To this end, we've recently invested heavily in a massive manufacturing facility in Nevada and started up a training program with the Answer College Cupertino to teach people how to actually become a technician for this new class. And then finally, closing out, I think that self-driving technology is a great boon for the environment, particularly because, as I said, we can remove some of these car trips with modern gas guzzling cars with a vehicle that we designed to be fully electric and efficient. That I will conclude.
Thank you, Jonathan. So with that, we've got about 18 minutes left for this panel. So I don't know. Yeah, Mike, why don't you start us off?
Thanks, John. Thanks to the panel. Great panel. This is the third hearing we've had out of 5. We're planning. It's important that we have folks who don't always agree with each other. So that's helpful. So thank you for sharing your perspectives. And I think it's going to be important for us to kind of hash through some of these things. And if we were hearing only from people who all agreed with each other, that would not, frankly, be very helpful. Roy, I wanted to ask you to drill down on something for me. We were hearing from Jacob about the importance of the private right of action, and obviously there's going to be a diversity of opinion on things like that as a method or a plan to help solve a problem or to prevent a problem or problems. We were hearing from one of our earlier panelists today about the need for safe haven for companies that are trying to develop technologies that are not intended to be biased or intended to victimize anybody. obviously I'm going to guess as a general counsel of a tech company, you're going to have a certain point of view on this, but I wanted to ask if you could drill down a little bit on this topic as a sort of a practitioner, someone who's, as you say, a PhD in the technology here. Help us think about what does this mean for technology development with the flip side of a litigious society. There's obviously going to be pros and cons to that, but how do you think about this as a general counsel of a tech company?
So thanks for the question. So I think in my earlier testimony, I mentioned that I do support a safe harbor type of protection for companies that do genuinely try to resolve historical inadequacy and try their hardest to improve. I don't have a great answer on the private cause of action, whether it's a plaintiff or not. I mean, that's more, you have to have injury in fact type of analysis. But to your questions about how I think about it, I would say if we don't have some sort of safe harbor regime, then we are left with a lot of guesswork and leave it to the litigation arena to resolve a lot of issues, and litigation takes a long time. And then, bad facts make bad law, then it takes congressional intervention to enact something to override. So it takes a long time to develop in the courts. I would say in the meantime, then leaves a lot of companies out wondering, what can we do in the meantime? And that's a lot of time wasted as a society. I think companies should be there to embrace data, to look at them, not be afraid to look at them. Unfortunately, I see a lot of companies do hesitate to do that because they're afraid that they might find something that causes plaintiff bar to go after. So in general, I think just like anything in life, if you encourage dialogue, activities, something good will come out of it. We should encourage activities in this area and not handcuff it. So I think safe harbor is one way to support that.
So Jacob, just in terms of fairness and giving other folks a chance to weigh in on this question, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you get fired for saying you could be supportive of some sort of a safe haven for a company, a technology developer?
Luckily, it's difficult to get fired from the ACLU for public statements you make about your opinion. So I'm grateful for that. I mean, to me, the question is, if there's something that might be the basis for a safe harbor, why not require that, but not provide the safe harbor? And the sort of to explain that a little bit in the context of like looking at these instances where in the past there may have been discrimination or bias in the results of an algorithm. What I think we wouldn't want is to say, well, as long as you find out that it happened and then fix it, that the people who are harmed by that are just kind of out of luck. Those people could have been deprived opportunities. They could have been deprived of employment. In some instances, depending on what the industry is, they could have been subject to a police action. They might have been deported from the United States. They could have been separated from their families. These are life and death decisions that are coming out through bias in data sets. And so, just kind of saying, look, a safe harbor is going to solve the problem. I don't think that it does, because you do have the situation where the people who are harmed are then left without any recourse. So that's the problem. At the same time, there are, I think that there's ways to craft regulations that don't necessarily eliminate people's rights to protect themselves or to enforce their rights. And so, this isn't like a black or white thing. I think that's one of the great things about the meeting today is that we all kind of have to think through these things in a practical and thoughtful way. And that's great. And I think those are important conversations. But, from the perspective of how people's rights are protected, like what would we all think if there was no way to stop the government from doing something that was unconstitutional, right? Like rights are only rights when people can enforce them, because a lot of times companies or governments don't have the same priorities as people. Question.
Jacob, one question. You gave the example of facial recognition. I understand that right now, maybe in 2018 is what you said, it wasn't as good for people of color. But however, just thinking about pure AI as a technology, you feed it enough data of colored people, over time it'll get really good at it. So isn't it a point of view where you say that, listen, we should be using facial recognition, there's so many benefits, except that use them once a certain threshold is reached. Isn't that the right approach? What do you think?
Yeah, so there's sort of, the way that I say it is that there's problems when it doesn't work, and there are also problems when it doesn't. And the question is, do you want to live in a world where every company can identify you everywhere you go? You seek medical care, a company will know about that, the government will know about that. We've seen that candidly, immigration enforcement has access to facial recognition tools, and they can use those tools to find people as they go about their lives. And literally, people can find a federal agent at their door who can take them and deport them from the United States and send them back to a country where maybe they've never even been, and separate their families. And so those kinds of harms that come from government surveillance are only elevated when you have facial recognition technology that works really well for everyone. And so those surveillance harms don't go away.
Normally, I would about the efforts. My question is for Sean. I'd be curious to hear about the structure of the responsible AI I would about, and specifically, I'm looking for information about the fact the organization is effective, and any information on how regulation will better responsible of private.
Thanks for the question. So I think different companies are going this journey slightly. As John was talking about, for probably slightly newer companies, some of the established companies, they've had maybe in some sense a good fortune, but also choices made, the wise choices to make more responsible choices and trying to build towards a world that's better. Now, in terms of how our particular team came about, I can definitely share some insights and also allude to some of the challenges that other tech companies face, where tech companies have been using AI pretty heavily in most of their recommended systems, and those are very critical because we're solving matching problems in very large marketplaces, whether it's for employment, whether it's for content, for advertising use cases. So in such a situation, to now suddenly, let's say this is 2017, 18, 19, for different companies, start thinking about how can we make systems more fair? What does fairness mean? And then how can we operationalize the definition of fairness is a fairly non-trivial challenge. So the way companies have mostly gone about it is start having a dedicated team, think about those problems, come up with recommendations that different teams should start becoming aware of, and start thinking about operationalizing their own systems. And then there is varying degrees of centralization for parts of that solution. So in software, for instance, you can build libraries, which is built by one team and then used by many other teams. And that provides significant avenues for leverage, as well as the definitions of fairness, as well as other responsible aspects AI usage evolve. You can update that one library. So part of it.
Do you have any, maybe this is the wrong person to ask, do you have any suggestions for how responsible?
So I actually like the point that Jacob made that AI should not be something that's used for anything. Need to be very conscious in making choices about where to use AI. And I think it's not, in many cases, going to be a binary thing that we use AI here or not use AI here, but regulations are going to give it the necessary nuance. So even for surveillance, I think there may be aspects where with the right kind of regulations, the benefits are going to significantly outweigh the risks. And the regulations are also, I think, going to be helpful for companies to justify paying the necessary attention to these problems. So today, I think many companies are doing this work out of their sense of responsibility, but also in anticipation of regulations that are upcoming. And I think if there are solid regulations, then the companies of tomorrow, as well as the companies today going into tomorrow, are going to be better for it. Have greater.
Great. Other questions? Erik.
Would I be wrong thinking about between object recognition, autonomous object recognition, facial recognition? I mean, fundamentally, the technology is not all that different. It's just how it is being applied.
I can chime in here. So I think they're actually quite different technologies. Like in some ways, action here in a lot of ways, but when you think about what we're training a machine learning model or designing a rules-based heuristic model to do, it's to detect a class of objects. Say the person, the bicycle, cone on the road. There's no concept of personally identifiable features in our models, and actually no way to extract that. So it would be basically impossible to apply what we're building to facial recognition. Now, some of these research scientists could work on facial recognition, but it's a completely different technological problem what we're building for our autonomous cars.
Other questions? Yeah, Brett? Yeah. So imagine that you are all dragooned into the federal government to help establish a regulatory framework for AI. You had one thing that you wanted out of that, or that task. What's the rule? Either ruling something in or ruling something out that you would want to make sure was in a regulatory framework. What I'm trying to get at is, I've heard this now several times. We've got a wide range about how detailed AI regulation ought to be, but the predominant opinion appears to me to be try to stay out of the weeds. The more detailed we get into trying to regulate AI, the more problems it's going to create. I'm just curious, where are the bright lines on that all just got something? Where's the bright line?
I can see my fellow panelists have handed me the easiest question of the day. This is only partially responsive, but I think that that algorithmic systems, just like other systems, have to today take into account power disparities that exist in our society and that have existed in our society for a long time, and they have to particularly take into account that harms of those systems will fall on people who are already suffering and who are already vulnerable. That is true essentially for the harms of society generally, but I think it's also true for the harms of AI systems and algorithmic systems. And so I would want a government regulation of artificial intelligence to start by trying to protect people who are most vulnerable and have them not bear the brunt of the harms of these systems.
So I'll go next. So if we're limited to one thing, I would say what we're talking about here and why we talking about regulation of AI is we're afraid of uncontrolled kind of use of AI, right? So the corollary for that assumption is if a use case has substantial oversight by humans, then it could be out of it. So say in other ways, if humans have agency power over this technology, be it AI or not, then that's not something that we are starting. Because we're start with that we are afraid of the uncontrolled application. So I would say somewhere in the regulation, I personally would love to see some discussion of human agency being carved out or something.
I'll just add a comment on whether to go into the weeds or not. So I think for many applications in AI, it's important to get to the weeds, right? And it's also a little unclear as to who is tasked with getting those details right, because maybe the government or the regulatory bodies are not as experienced in those details. And maybe the companies operating in that space are considered to be not unbiased enough. But the clock is ticking. That's the part we all need to collectively be more conscious of. Problem is not.
Let's get started because we have a guest coming, Rokana, who we're all excited to hear from for his closing remarks. And he's arriving a little early. So I'd like us to I want to make sure we get through everyone's remarks in time. So thank you all for being here. We have 4 panelists. I'd ask you to keep your remarks to about 6 minutes, if that's okay. I'll do my best to give you 1 minute notice before that targeted time arrives on your remarks. And we'll get started. So our first speaker, we'll start with, I want to make sure I pronounce this right, Young Ho, right, Director of Data Science. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Button. Okay, cool. Oh, I gotta hold it. Okay. Again, thank you for having me. My name is Young Ho. I'm the Vice President of AI at Intuit. If you don't know Intuit, we're a global technology company who services small businesses and consumers with the goal of powering financial prosperity for all of our. Our family of products includes TurboTax, QuickBooks, Credit Karma, Mint, and MailChimp. And again, starting from the individual all the way to small business. And at Intuit, my team specifically works on applied AI, where we build products and services that are embedded across our family of products to help our small businesses and consumers thrive. And so we solve a wide variety of problems, from using natural language processing to translate complex accounting language into natural language that our customers understand, all the way to building models such as cash flow forecasting models to help our small businesses be able to look ahead 3 to 6 months and really understand where they are financially so that they can be prepared for the future. In addition to doing that with products and features, there are other things that we do, such as ensuring compliance and minimizing the amount of manual work that our customers do. And so one example of that that I think everyone can understand is during tax time, many of us get, dozens of documents. And in the old world, you would have to manually enter that in by hand, check to make sure that it's right, and then finish your tax. But what my team builds is that we build the optical character recognition system to automatically classify those documents, pull out that data, and then insert that into your tax form so that we can help you not only automate the work, but feel more confident that what you're doing is fully compliant with rules and regulations. So just 2 quick examples of the types of work that we do to help power financial prosperity for our customers. Now, in terms of what this all means for policymakers, we believe it's important to be thoughtful in any approach to ensure that we're not hindering innovation or inadvertently consolidating the benefits of AI only to the large. Because we do serve anywhere from consumers to small businesses who have at back an employee. And especially with recovery from the pandemic, small businesses have been struggling immensely, and they need access to the power of AI and the tools that it can provide to help them survive and ultimately thrive in this new digital. So with that, I'd like to discuss a few specific policy recommendations. The first one is that Congress should pass a national data privacy law. AI doesn't work without data, but before policymakers consider AI legislation, we should start by building foundational protections for the data that power these great innovations. And while 5 states have enacted privacy laws, we have yet to see uniform protection for personal data support. And this growing patchwork of state laws causes confusion for consumers and challenges for small businesses, especially those that operate interstate or have multiple locations. And unlike big corporations, they don't have the staffing and resources to navigate multi-state laws. And so in order to build trust with consumers and support continued AI innovations by all companies, Congress should pass a strong federal consumer privacy law. Next, when considering whether to regulate AI, policymakers should take a thoughtful and risk-based approach that prioritizes continued innovation while focusing on preventing specific harm. AI is used in various contexts, meaning there's really no one-size-fits-all approach to managing and regulating. For example, vehicles are going to have a completely different risk level than financial service applications, which will have different risks than government applications such as criminal sentencing. And so it's for these reasons that we support the work that NIST is doing to develop a voluntary AI risk management framework. And this also avoids the unintended consequences of overbroad AI regulation, provides a valuable and flexible tool for companies to identify and mitigate risk based on company-specific applications. And then finally, policymakers should implement policies that help facilitate adoption of AI and digital technologies for small businesses. The global economy is much more connected now than ever. We've seen that over the past 2 years with a lot of things moving digitally. And the pandemic really pushed us multiple years ahead or prepared. What we've seen from our businesses who we service is that they quickly discovered that digitization may be their only means of survival. And governments have an essential role to play in ensuring that policies foster this digital ecosystem to enable small businesses to survive and prosper in the global marketplace. And for SMBs, this starts with education. So one example is that the government can create an AI toolkit to help SMBs better understand what AI products help them and provide easy to understand guidance on regulations and best practices for data. Additionally, government should also help eliminate any barriers to digital adoption through ensuring that small businesses have the ability to leverage existing federal resources and/or programs to provide access to these digital tools that best. Right, so thank you for your time. Look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Stephanie, you're up next. Stephanie Druga, did I pronounce it right? Okay. Stephanie is a PhD, doing her PhD residency in AI, machine learning at Moonshot Factory. Stephanie, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Stefania Druga. I am a PhD candidate at the University of Washington and also doing a residency with Moonshot Factory. Thank you for the invitation. I've been researching how youth and families learn about AI since 2016 until now. And before we move further, I wanted to show you a quick video so you can hear how young people themselves talk about AI after they learn how it works.
So we were programming robots. You could play rock, paper, scissors. You did rock, paper, scissors into the camera, and on shoot you did one of the motions, and the camera did one of the motions, and it's like rock, paper, scissors, shoot. The computer gets like better as you play the game. Because like us, we might not know everything at first, but if we keep trying, we get better.
Everyone has heard about like machine-based learning or artificial intelligence, and there was a sort of no questions asked for a lot of the more tech-savvy parents. It was like, go for it.
Technology is going to be a huge part of their lives, much more so than my life. If it's scary for some people, this AI technology, I totally get it. But as a parent and as a teacher, I thought it was really important because these are skills that 21st century kids need to have.
When my dad was young, he bought a car and took it apart to see how it worked. So you teach people that young how these things that grown-ups mostly program, how it works.
So that was a 6.5-year-old who learned how to train a custom machine learning model, then build a game that was using his custom model, learn how to add more data when his game was not working, when he was playing rock, paper, scissors with his friend, because his friend had a different skin tone color. So not only did he learn what is the inherent bias that could come with some of these machine learning models, but you also learn how to fix it and why it matters to fix it. So if a 6.5-year-old can do this, I think many more people could have access to the skills and the concepts that are part of the AI literacy, which is becoming a fundamental right for people of the 21st century. So I was invited here today because this is a commission for competitiveness, inclusion, and innovation. And I think competitiveness starts with education. If we want to have a generation of AI, of children that are prepared to not only consume AI applications, but also build and design these AI applications, this curricula, AI curricula, should be included in the classroom from K-12. And we are already in US behind in this effort. China, for example, has been using its centralized authority to mandate AI education in its high school curricula. And since 2018, the Chinese government has approved 345 universities to offer an AI major, which is currently the most popular major in the country. In US, there are initiatives like AI for K-12, where educators are trying to propose a new curriculum for AI education. However, these initiatives are sparse and not institutionally supported. I believe it is important to think how we prepare the new generation for the jobs of the future. We know that the only constant is the change. And even the people who are getting jobs as data scientists, machine learning engineers, are constantly faced with new technologies that are changing on a quarterly basis. So instead of teaching people skills that will eventually be automated, we should teach young people how to become better at problem solving, how to develop creative thinking, and how to interact and collaborate with machines and come up with new creative ideas and applications that cannot be automated. I've seen in working with kids since 2016 until now, how they develop applications with AI for accessibility, like voice assistants for people who are hard of hearing, how they develop applications for climate change, how to train a robot to help coral bleaching. And I've also seen how in recent time, we've had applications where we learn how to pair program with AI, like Copilot or Replit. We have applications how to make art with AI. DALL-E, that was just released 2 weeks ago, has stimulated our collective imagination. We also have large language models like PaLM, 542 billion tokens of code that can empower many more applications of AI for young people's generation, from learning how to create new forms of protein folding, better medical diagnosis. And we've seen what happens when we get access to this type of technologies and tools to young people. For example, Abu Qadir, who's 18, he came to US from Afghanistan as a baby, and as a freshman at Cornell University, he founded a new medical company that is using AI to improve diagnosis of breast cancer. He was 18 when he did this. So if we want to have people and young people of different backgrounds, different ethnicities, who come from lots of different cultures and speak multiple languages, to not only have access to AI education as a right, but also be able to be at the table, be part of the engineering teams that are building these future applications. This type of curricula and education should be part of the school in K-12, and it should be designed such that it attracts a variety of people, a variety of learners, and address issues of representation as part of these classrooms. I also see a unique opportunity to have.
I may ask you to wrap up in a couple of
thank
30
you.
seconds.
Unique opportunity to develop countrywide competitions. We had first robotics league. Why won't we have an AI for social impact competition at a national level to inspire young people to imagine better tools and better applications for this technology? Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry to jump in there, but I just want to make sure everyone gets their comments out before Ro arrives. Next up, Karan Kanwar, Chief Executive Officer of Wing.
Good afternoon. My name is Karan Kanwar, and I'm the CEO of Wing AI. We're a company that does a mix of global talent as well as automating work for fast-growing American companies. We use AI specifically for sophisticated natural language processing, as well as technologies like robotic process automation to drive unprecedented quality and cost savings in this area. A little about my background. I was born in India, grew up in Hong Kong, and was able to do my university studies here in the United States. I learned how to code when I was 8 years old and started to experimenting with AI in my early teens. And I've worked on a variety of different companies in the United States, Hong Kong, ranging from startups to large companies as well. So the reason I bring this background aspect of it up is because my first point is on immigration. While in college, I had a cool idea involving AI. I was that 18-year-old kid, and I tried to build a company out of it. In just a year and a half, my company, Wing AI, went from zero to raising VC funding, as well as employing over 1,000 people worldwide and having nearly $6 million in annualized revenue. My biggest problem on this journey was not money, though they could have used more of it. It wasn't esoteric AI legislation, but it was a visa to stay here. Eventually, I was able to find a path to stay. All it took was top lawyers, $15,000 in legal fees, retaining a PR firm to write articles in the press, a 500-page petition, and 6 years of carefully planned activities. Now, that's a ridiculously high bar for a college student with an idea. And if the stars didn't align perfect for me, I wouldn't be here today, and my company would have probably been based where I grew up in Hong Kong. So the US really needs a way to give entrepreneurs a shot who want to start a company here. They need to give them a shot to start here and let the ones who are actually able to create jobs stay. And secondly, we've also had plenty of talented people from undergrad, master's, and PhD level talent come work for us, but they've either all been forced to leave the United States or work at a company with the resources to provide those green card application fees. So the COMPETE Act earlier this year was passed the House, sought to remove green card caps for STEM PhDs and create a Category W visa. But after the Senate, it was aggressively watered down. And so as far as I was able to gather, these provisions did not make it. America has a vested interest in doing these things, not just a potential benefit, but a very clear economic benefit. Instead of sending highly educated, motivated people who love the United States back, give them a shot at creating jobs. Heck, incentivize them to create jobs in the areas and districts that need them. There was a gentleman in the Austin hearing that mentioned that the harsh reality of AI is that more investment leads to better AI. And he's right. A bunch of that investment goes into talent. And without foreign talent, America just does not have the numbers to be able to win the AI race against its adversaries. The available talent pool today is too small, and that just makes innovation cost prohibitive for everybody. Which leads to my second point, which is that the impacts that AI will have on labor and the need to upskill. I run a company in this space where we're focused on mainly helping existing labor become more productive. But I know several companies working on technologies that are geared towards replacing labor. And many look at AI and think, well, it's years away from taking the job of a higher skilled worker. For example, frontline call center staff or salespeople that have to deal with the nuances of human language and social cues. That isn't a job that's easily displaced by AI today. However, companies working on, for example, accent neutralization, Sanas and Seso are two examples just here in the Bay Area. They enable companies with US sales and support staff to move their operations overseas. And while AI isn't directly displacing jobs in this example, it is accelerating the advent of American job loss. I raise this example to show that AI stealing all the jobs isn't entirely a fictional narrative from far in the future. It's something that's happening in small and more powerful ways today. AI isn't just replacing jobs, but enabling companies to do more with lower cost human capital. So if solving the problem for today, governments can obviously play a critical role in providing funds to organizations to help reactive and proactive upskilling, as well as helping the people who are affected by job displacement using, for example, self-paced online credentials. And that's probably the fastest way to enable people to return to the workforce after training. As well as for tomorrow, the current state of educational funding, of course, does not yield high quality outcomes. And so funding aside, there are plenty of ways government can help, for example, mandating curriculum changes, offering exposure to high-tech fields, as well as high-tech curricula, such as the AP and IB programs. My final point on regulating AI and the government's role in it. Privacy and data rights, of course, are a key concern that many hypothesize on AI regulation today. So for example, models that foster aggressive innovation like China's that don't have a regard for privacy, or models that stifle innovation by not taking chances with privacy like the EU's. Neither model feels like an American fit to the cultural value of privacy, nor the entrepreneurial dynamism that America is known for. And while I don't really have any policy experience, my 2 cents on what an America-like regulatory framework might look like probably looks like a hard red line for the solutions you're legally allowed to work on without some sort of government permit, as well as the ability for the state to prosecute actors that cause malice to individuals and businesses. Probably a legal set of bases that may be useful for companies in building these solutions and best practices by a technical able body, as well as especially a framework on how to prevent bias in building models. And basically, AI is likely to remain a David and Goliath field where small companies cannot compete against a handful of the larger players due to ever-recurring data moats that helps no one but the aggregator themselves. For example, Google and Microsoft, of course, control the search engine market. Any new player is going to struggle to compete on a fundamental level. Much like the government has a body that rewards businesses for innovation by providing a 20-year legally protected exclusive license, the US Patent Office and the patents themselves, there could be a potential similar incentive system developed and afforded to open sourcing of data, enabling smaller companies like mine access to more structured data sets to be able to build more and more capable models. Thank you so much for taking the opportunity for me to allow us to provide testimony to here today, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much, Brynjolfsson, for your testimony and for being so good with your time. So you're obviously in favor of the notion of taking the visa at every college. Simple, yeah. Last but certainly not least, we have Peter Klinova, who's the co-leader Initiative for Responsible AI at Amazon. Peter, thank you.
All right, thanks everyone, and thank you for inviting Amazon. So I lead a team at AWS AI that's dedicated to addressing issues of responsible AI. And today I'll share with you our commitment and our approach to responsible AI and to the crucial role we think government can and should play. So first, by AI software, we mean software that solves tasks that normally require human-level intelligence. Some AI software is traditional, like expert systems, but some is based on machine learning and is statistical and requires its own tech stack. And the stack that we offer customers assists a range of users from experts to business operators. So for ML experts, for example, we have chips, we have software frameworks. For scientists, we have tools to help build models. For builders, we have pre-built models that can be used as components of an ML application. And at the business level, we have turnkey solutions, for example, for call center optimization. In 2021, we released over 200 new features into this stack. And currently, we have over 100,000 customers using this stack. These customers are diverse, they're global, and their end users are diverse and global. And so it should not be really a surprise that for us, building and operating ML solutions responsibly is an imperative. It's not an option. Now, before I get into responsible AI, I want to explain a key reason or a key way of being successful in AI in general. Today's technology is very exciting, but it's at a very early stage. Frankly, it's quite brittle. And what that means is that the narrower the use case, the higher the chance of success. So for example, we've talked about face recognition today. We talk about speech recognition. These are not use cases. These are sets of technologies. An example of a use case might be identifying a child from a database of missing children, finding celebrities in a movie library, or granting access to a building. Use cases vary by their possible benefits and their possible risks. They vary in the kinds of inputs that you put into them. The types of imagery might be different. Or if we're talking about speech use cases, the types of speech might be different. And they differ in the relative impacts of different kinds of errors. If, for example, you were trying to match a child you found with in a library of missing children, you would err on the side of finding more matches, okay? But if you're trying to grant access to somebody to get into a building, you don't want to err on the side of more matches for the safety of those in the building. You want to be very, very precise. So each use case typically requires its own training and evaluation data sets and really its own application. Okay, and this specificity is key to success. So given this, what do we mean by responsible AI? Well, there is much debate out there about what constitutes being responsible, but I think common to most descriptions are several core virtues to which all of us designers, developers, operators, and users should aspire. Those are privacy, security, fairness, explainability, robustness, and transparency. Now, the thing about things like privacy and explainability and fairness, these are very hard problems to discuss productively if you tackle them at a high level. But if you tackle them at the level of a use case, they can be much more tractable and you can make progress. So, sorry, back on. So even given specific use cases though, building and operating responsibly can be challenging in three particular ways. One is the scale of the use cases. When you get specific, you got a lot of different situations to consider. And if you want to be careful and have a good outcome, that's exactly what you should be making that investment. Secondly, there is technical difficulty. And thirdly, there's the AI landscape itself is rapidly changing. And I don't mean just the science or just the number of companies getting involved. I also mean user behaviors, user expectations, and societal considerations are evolving. So we tackle each of these three areas. For use case dependency, for use case specificity, we try and provide tools that help people simplify defining and measuring success. For example, we have for a number of years made something called SageMaker Ground Truth available, which is a tool for building data sets. And then just last year at reInvent in November, we released a turnkey version, which makes it even easier. Why is this critical? Because we think that for specific use cases, the customers who are building applications for those use cases should have an easy way to test it and make sure it's doing what they think it should on their content. Right? And so we try and sort of abstract out all the complicated details and make it easy. Similarly, when it comes to the technical difficulties, we try and invent solutions all up and down the life cycle of an ML application. The design stage, the development stage, deployment stage, operation stage. We deploy people to help customers. We have solution architects. Okay. Certainly. All right. So as I said, we provide solutions up and down the life cycle. For the third component, the dynamism, we invest a lot internally. We have thousands of scientists. Our internal conference is as large as any external conference. We make strategic partnerships, including, for example, investing 20 million with the NSF for their Fairness in AI grant program. And we invest considerably in diversifying the STEM workforce. So in closing, I'd like to say that it's our belief that government should act to ensure the appropriate use of AI. We are very much in favor of risk-based approaches, risk-based frameworks that go use case by use case. Music recommendations, right, aren't the same as autonomous vehicles. And to help develop these regulations, we work with standard bodies like ISO, the OECD working groups, and jurisdictions when asked. So let me end there and say thank you very much and look forward to questions.
Thank you, Peter. I just saw a roll walk by outside, so we get started with them and we'll do a couple questions at the end. They want to questions now. Okay. 2 minutes for questions. Who wants to start? Adam?
Hi, great panel. We're finally getting into the discussion about how we would go about risk-based approaches to AI policy and regulation. And in this framework mentioned, of course, the EU has the AI Act, or considering now with high, mid, and low risk AI buckets they're going to consider. So I just wanted to ask the whole panel for your thoughts on who and how. How do we go about this? Use case driven is certainly an interesting way because you avoid the trap of regulating too comprehensively in the abstract. But when you get into a use case study, use case driven risk framework, there needs to be some sort of list of verboten practices, I guess. And who is the one assigning what goes in those categories? How does that process work? This framework is considered open, voluntary right now. Should that be imposed by law, through legislation? Should there be an agency? Just any general thoughts on a risk-based framework, what it means in practice, and how it would work.
By default? Well, I will say that we have a number of examples where we have coped with this issue previously, right? We have an FDA. Drug ideas pop up, device ideas pop up. We have processes for assessing what to do there, and we have kind of a standard process, right, for assessing what the risk is. So perhaps something similar for certain application domains would be one way to think about this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I will say that, for use cases that we know about, yes, definitely developing the risk framework and providing recommendations on how to think about it. But because this field evolves so quickly, we also need to be able to accommodate and determine a process for when a new use case comes up, how quickly we can address that so that we don't stifle the innovation that Kiran was talking about and enable us to continue to innovate while also ensuring privacy.
Good question. Brett.
I want to follow up on Karan's point about that there said, you have this line, and on the one side of the line, you don't have to get permission. On the other side of the line, sort of government permission. What are you thinking of when you say things like that?
For sure. So I guess this kind of relates to my own experience. Once upon a time, I was trying to apply for a job at Northrop Grumman. But of course, as a person who's originally not from the United States, you're not allowed to do that. And so there's a whole list of protected categories along what you are and not allowed to work on as somebody who does not have U.S. citizenship, for example. And so as a result of that, that's kind of where that template of thinking came from, which is that the United States already does maintain a list like this of things that are allowed to be worked on and are not allowed to be worked on, namely by foreign actors at the moment. But to the point that Peter just made, is also possible within the realms. For example, the FDA regulates what can and cannot be done in the medical services field. In a very similar manner, whether that's a new agency or done by an existing regulatory body, is that a Department of Defense concern or a concern of some other body? That is, I suppose, to be determined. But we do already grapple with these problems.
So, yeah, I mean, the FDA example comes up frequently as a model for regulation. I think it probably gets pushed back as whether it's a good model or not. And I think the other thing is the FDA has been around since 1994. That's right, early 1900s anyway. And it's taken that as long as it's today, it kind of developed capacity to be able to even think about and look at emerging drugs and medical technologies. And we don't have a century for a similar process to occur in artificial intelligence. So I invite any reflection anyone might have on what do we do in the meantime.
So those are excellent points. One of the challenges with the FDA, right, is we actually are still learning quite a lot about the human body and how it works. But music recommendations quite clear. So I think there are a number of potential use cases and applications that could be sort of green lighted very easily. And then others, for example, face recognition, might consider careful thought.
Stephanie, you talked about, in terms of how we should be able to mandate AI further in high schools or drive it more since and quite a few things you talked about, very fascinating. What would you say are one or two things that from a policy perspective, that you think we should act on as possible to get our kids in line with the future?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, in terms of AI education, the biggest need right now is to develop this curricula. So there's a lot of work to be done in terms of teacher training, but also how do we actually build those bridges of collaboration with experts? Like I'm currently working with people who build the largest language model for programming. How do I connect them to teacher that would go and explain how this works in high school and maybe uses an application that uses this model? So I think it would be great if there were initiatives and support to have more collaboration between expert matters and educators, institutions that are actually building and deploying this curriculum. We recently did a review. There are only 50 educational resources for AI in US, and we reviewed every single one of them to see how much they cost, if they're free, how easy it is to use them, what sort of technical requirements they would have. And it doesn't look great. There are actually very, very few resources that take into account developmental needs for young people, like what they could learn at what age, and also that take into account like connectivity issues, technology access issues. So I think the first step in that direction is to require to have AI education lessons as part of the curriculum, as part of the computer science, but not only classes, but also give funding in order to develop this curriculum and develop these collaborations that are needed. And I had a quick early point to the earlier question about the risk-based framework. I think what I've seen in the world of families, kids, and AI is that we start to have this risk-based framework when things are really, really problematic. For example, FTC fined Google $10 million for YouTube for Kids for not respecting privacy of children that are using YouTube for Kids, and for the targeted advertising that was happening on this platform. Parents around US had to come together and sign a petition for the echo privacy problems, like with Amazon Alexa. So FTC is now looking into that. But usually this framework of risk-based and trying to see like how much of a risk a certain technology poses for a use case that we haven't anticipated is being deployed or considered when things are already extremely problematic, when we have externalities of scale. So I think it is useful to take a more proactive approach and think like, how could we have more informed people that could signal issues earlier on? Like, for example, parents signaling to Amazon, like, I don't actually know what data Alexa is collecting about me and my child, and I don't have any sort of interface on my phone to control what data is being collected and where and how.
Sorry about that. Ro, you came into our last panel for our closing speaker, so thank you for being here. So I'm really delighted to have my former colleague and friend, Congressman Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley. I was just asking him if this was actually his district, and he was explaining that it starts very closely. What's your district number again, Ro? 17th. The 17th district. But it is the district that principally represents Silicon Valley, which means he is at the center of all these issues. Prior to coming to Congress, Ro was an economist, a world-class economist. He worked in the Obama administration in a couple of capacities. But then he came to Congress in 2016, I think, right, Ro? And what was interesting when I first met Ro was that when he had first come to Congress, and what I found very interesting is he had just finished a trip to West Virginia. I think it was West Virginia, or he went somewhere, Kentucky, yeah. Somewhere other than your district. And because one of the things Ro's done that I think is really important is everyone goes to Congress, to the House of Representatives, to represent their district and to make sure issues that are important to their district are on the radar and get the attention they deserve. And Ro does that to a very high standard. But he is also taking the abundance of kind of technological innovation and insights and understanding of where the world is going that in many ways uniquely resides in his district, and he's bringing it to the country. And that's actually a very important thing to be doing at this moment in time. And so a lot of Ro's work is centered on those issues. And it's also centered, again, I think very importantly, on this notion of building a new social compact around education and healthcare and many other things that allows individuals to succeed in this new world that is being fundamentally changed by all the things we're talking about, particularly communities that have been left behind economically, which we've seen a draining of economic opportunity in this country. And in many ways, with COVID, which has accelerated in the opportunity to bring jobs back to a lot of places, the issues that Ro is talking about are some of the most important things for us to be engaging in as a country around domestic economic policy. So I'm really happy that Ro's getting a lot more attention because I think what he has to say is very important. And I think he's a terrific spokesperson for these issues. So thank you, Ro, for agreeing to close our session.
Thank you, John. I'm honored that. All right.
But your voice carries well.
I'm honored. I think I can. Yes. I'm honored by the invitation and a very flattering introduction that I can try to live up to. I will say that John is not just a friend, but was when he was there one of the absolutely most innovative members of Congress. I enjoyed chatting with him often because he actually understands the depths of the policy. Always have a interesting perspective on how to move forward. His book is terrific. I'll recommend. And just really, I think it's great that you and Michael are co-chairs. Real service to our country, and I'm looking forward to what you all will recommend. Because as you know, John, the Congress does a lot of things right, but one of the things we don't do that well is having a forward-looking policy on technology. So I think this is a role where you and the commission can really play a significant role. Let me frame the problem as I see it from in terms of the technology gap, talking about my recent travel. I returned home, our district in the surrounding area, the net worth of this district in the surrounding area is about $11 billion. Probably the most wealth, I argue, that ever been generated in one region, one place ever. So for someone up contradict that, that the different get that title. But before here, I was in Gillsburg, Illinois. And those of you may remember Gillsburg, Illinois is where Maytag factory, just a refrigerator. And it got shipped offshore down Mexico in 2003. And President Obama famously spoke about Gillsburg, Illinois, 2004 keynote. And I was there, I was meeting with several of I was down there because I was speaking in Monmouth College, a small liberal college, book, and someone there said, why don't you come and meet with some of the Maytag factory workers? And I met with, about 15 of these men and women. They still, the experience of 2003 was so raw still for them. They said how, plant uncles, grandparents worked at this plant, celebrate Christmas together, they celebrate Thanksgiving together, and the plant closure was destruction not just of jobs, but of the community. But here's one thing that they said that struck me. They said presidents have come and gone. It's about 20 years since we were mentioned in the keynote speech, and our community has less jobs. Nothing has been delivered by either party. Nothing has been delivered by the president. And our kids, we still tell our kids, leave Hill. The American dream is much less accessible to us than it was
even 20 years ago. Yeah, I look at the polling in my district, young people are very, very optimistic about America, 70, 80%. The world's their oyster. They're going up in Cupertino now in Sunnyvale. I was at the Robotics World Championship in Texas because one of my constituents had invited me there just 2-3 days ago. And, literally they had a garage in this home, 30 kids come and practice robotics. This is the divide. And then I was in Chicago out campaigning for a friend of mine. And he had said, why don't you go meet the steelworkers? I met 7 African-American steelworkers who were all doing fine, but they said something that was, again, interesting. They said, we thought our life was better in the 1980s and 1990s when you could get a $30 job and could have benefits and we produce things. And now, since U.S. Steel Southworks has shut down, and Gary, Indiana has steel that's gone from 30,000 workforce to 2,000 workforce, we don't think that our kids are going to have the same economic opportunity. So when you look, in my view, at a lot of the resentment, anger, I mean, there are many, many factors. But one of the most obvious factors, in my view, is half the country thinks that technology, all of the benefits of technology, all the benefits of globalization are going to create extraordinary opportunities, both in terms of the advances for society, in terms of medicine, the advances for society, communication, the advances in terms of the organization of information, but also in terms of the opportunities to create wealth, build wealth, create value. And the other half of the country looks at it and says, what do you mean? Our jobs have been shipped offshore. Our communities have been destroyed. We don't see these new jobs in our communities. This challenge, I think, is the central challenge for the country. How do we both create economic opportunity in places that have been totally left out? How do we build and revitalize a new middle class? And how do we have the benefits of technology be more widely shared? Let me suggest 2 avenues for the AI that offer some promise. One, and I'm sure you may have heard this from people of entrepreneurs and technologists here, there's a new mantra in Silicon Valley called no code, low code, meaning, you don't have to really know a lot about coding anymore to do a lot of these jobs. We have this, in my view, artificial sense that, it's going to take a ton of math and it's going to take a ton of science. And maybe that was the case in the 1990s, or 2000. It may have been very hard back then to have quote unquote technology jobs distributed all over the country because a lot of them did require a lot of math and a lot of science. But the reality is many of those jobs don't today require that. They actually are, as technology is advanced, the technology has also become much more accessible. This is most famously, Paul Krugman writes about sort of the power loop, how initially in the Industrial Revolution, the people who knew how to use the power loom got a huge premium. But then as everyone figured out how to use the power loom, the premiums for operating power looms declined. Regardless of what you think of Paul Krugman, that's just an economic analysis. It has nothing to do with his sort of political view. And something I think similar is happening in technology. There are going to be 25 million of these digital jobs by 2025, 25 million. And they're going to be in every field, from manufacturing to farming to retail to entertainment. And the question is, how do we make sure that they are possibilities for people in every community? By the way, they don't require a 4-year degree often. They don't even require, in some cases, a 2-year degree. One of the very small things I'm doing with Galesburg, I came back, I have a friend at Google, and I said, we've got to do this, something at Carl Sandburg Community College. And Google and I, we've been working together. It's not a big thing in terms of scale, but we partner with these community colleges. Google pays them a $5,000 stipend, the kid, get an 18-month course, and they end up with a guaranteed job if they complete all the qualifications at a tech company, not necessarily so many will work at Google, for $65,000. 20 jobs, paid to get these 10 hours of training, and they end up with a $65,000 possibility. And those of you, many of you have gone, John's small communities and places, 20 jobs from young people with hope in the future can change the entire aspiration of a community. Now, what we have to do is figure out how do we scale that? How do we scale that so that the 25 million jobs that are going to be digital jobs are available to the Black community, the Latino community, the rural America, people who can participate in the modern economy. And I think this requires getting past actually just the traditional right-left division, because we're going to need business as part of this. We're going to need education as part of this. We're going to need government as part of this. You can't just have business, because who's going to be paying for people to get these credentials? Who's going to be paying for the proper training to be able to do this? You can't not have business, because I've seen too many programs where you don't have a credential that then leads to a job. And you need, obviously, the educational sector to be able to do this. But we can do this across the country. And many of these jobs, by the way, are in manufacturing. That's what the Compete Act is all about. It's going to create an incentive for billions of dollars, create semiconductor manufacturing jobs across America. Some of those jobs are going to be in manufacturing requiring technology that will require a credential, not even a college degree. We ought to be passing that bill. We passed it 6 months ago. You have to pass it the next day. I mean, the CHIPS Act and Endless Frontiers is one of the biggest investments we can make in our future. Let me end with two things and then open it up to your ideas. I'm inspired by Bobby Kennedy for many reasons, but I recently came across one of his speeches where he had done in Bedford-Stuyvesant. He had really focused on economic revitalization of Bedford-Stuyvesant, and he got the business sector, the public sector, and the community to invest in Bedford-Stuyvesant. It's in Brooklyn, New York, start economic revitalization there. You telling me if the chamber partnered with the president, with some of the labor unions, with education, that we couldn't revitalize 50 factory towns across America? Of course we could. You don't even need Congress. If you count on Congress, it's going to take a long time. So we can do this. We can actually just start to revitalize these communities. We have not been intentional about it. And the actual abundance now of technology jobs with their ease of accessibility makes it something possible that was not possible 10 or 20 years ago. And the fact that a lot of these jobs now can be remote, because the forced experiment of remote work. Anyway, there are problems with it, but a lot of people realize you don't all have to be sitting in Palo Alto to do the job. Final point, one of the things that has struck me is we realize how important it is to have production. That you can't just offshore all production. You need to have innovation and production. And it seems to me that technology intersected with production is a huge opportunity. Because now we're talking about production that has to be innovative, whether that's in batteries, whether that's in electric vehicles, whether that's in clean steel. It gives us a new opportunity to say we want to do production in the United States. Again, in cooperation with business, government, education. That's what the Compete Act is all about. Now, and with this note, I'm doing a bill, the details are still being worked out with Senator Rubio. He understands that we've got to build industrial base, industrial capacity in the United States. These are the issues, I think, in the work you're doing to, in part, create more economic opportunity with AI as opposed to more disruption. These are the issues that I think that can bring this country together. And so I'm excited about your work under your chair, right job. I'm looking forward to the recommendation. Happy to engage if we have time and any questions, comments, or ideas. Sure.
So, Congressman, I have read your book, and before I read your book, before I read it, our first speaker, Bill Hurd.
Well, it's great.
And as I was reading your book, I was hearing his voice. I went back and did the same. And I kept hearing the same voice, almost saying the same thing. And both of you were talking about a pathway to common ground and the necessity for our country to get there because we're not there. And we're letting political wars distort perceptions of what needs to get done in this country. A real impediment of making progress in this country. And our commission is going to make recommendations at the end of the day about public policy in this country. And for our recommendations, any chance of becoming policy, those on the left, those on the right, will have to understand that the vast majority of America is in the middle. In your book, you talk about revitalizing the middle of America, generally in a geographic perspective. But you also have to revitalize the vast majority of Americans who are in the middle of the political spectrum, wondering, why in the hell can't you guys watch, get your act together and move forward in matters that are critical for all kinds of policies? So I don't know if there's a question in there. You can respond to anything, nothing.
Well, Jerry, I appreciate it. First of all, thank you for reading my book. Will is a good friend. We passed bills together in Congress. He's like Delaney, a thinker and pragmatist. We actually, Simon & Schuster was both our publishers. We did a half-hour forum with the employees at Simon & Schuster about some of the themes. Let me try to answer it candidly, because there's no secret. I'm a progressive Democrat. There probably are areas where I am to your left. I mean, we may disagree. For example, I'm for Medicare for all. I'm people in this room are not for Medicare for all. I've called on the president to forgive student loan debt for people who are middle income and working class. For people in this room may disagree. But here's the point. We're never going to get to a place in this country where we're all agreeing ideologically, given how divided we are, but that shouldn't prevent us from figuring out what is the agenda where we can agree. And one of the places I think we can agree is the economic revitalization of this country, the creation of good paying jobs and high paying jobs in this country, the revitalization of advanced manufacturing in this country, and the fact that we want America to be the preeminent economy of the world, not China. That to me is a large ground. And that ought to be, in my view, one of the first principles that can rally all Americans, to have economic preeminence and to have economic opportunity for everyone. And that doesn't mean that we have to go compromise our convictions. We can still have our convictions and yet look for the places where we can form that common agenda. I think the problem right now in our politics is that there is not sufficient attention to forming where Marco Rubio and I can agree, even if we may disagree on 80% of things. And there is too much of a tendency to question people's motives, the question that where they're coming from in terms of denigrating their entire motive. And then if you're denigrating someone's motive, once you call someone, well, they're corrupt, well, Marco wouldn't work with me if I went on TV and said, well, Marco Rubio is corrupt. So I think keep most of the fights ideological. Have vigorous debates, Marco Rubio and I can, on why Medicare for all is good or bad, but don't personalize it to the level that we have in our country. If we lower the temperature, and if we also focus on the common agenda while keeping our conviction, well, that's what American democracy is supposed to be. And then the marketplace of ideas can resolve the rest. So that would be my hope. And there are people in Congress committed to that, and hopefully their numbers grow.
You talked about we may not need as much high-level math or science in order to do the digital job of the future. And I'm curious whether you've given a thought to what future workforce does need to access jobs.
Well, first, as a country, I think more math and science education is a good thing because there are a lot of jobs that will require that, and I want to make sure that we are producing that. But we don't need them for the 25 million digital jobs. A lot of these jobs are things like figuring out how to design a website that meets a business's customers, how to market something online, how to best organize data. And the fact of the matter is, here's where I think we need the private sector's help. I don't think the Congress certainly is capable of designing the curriculum. And I don't think even our best institutions, as much of respect as I have for our community colleges and land-grant institutions, should be designing the curriculum without the intervention of and cooperation of the private sector. I tell my progressive friends all the time, they cite FDR. I said FDR believed in right to a job, including the right to a private sector job. Read his speech, and he talks about the Bill of Rights of new jobs. 85% of jobs in this country are private sector jobs. So we have to figure out how are we going to have that credential that's actually going to lead to employment. And I think one of the reasons that workforce development programs are so have gotten such a bad rap is because a lot of times people do it and then they don't have a job. So my view is involve the private sector, involve them in the local industry, in the local community, involve them, of course, if they're the tech companies and tech jobs, involve them in that. And many times, I think when you have that collaboration, that's where you're going to get a credential that will be able to lead to employment. And I think that that's a place people can come to common ground.
Tom Quadman with the U.S. Chamber. First off, Congressman, thank you very much for coming and for your comments today. And you certainly covered a lot of ground. And just a couple of points I just wanted to raise. First off, we agree with you, right? There are a lot of pockets within the country that have been left behind for a variety of different reasons. And I can tell you, I've been in plenty of meetings with our former CEO, Tom Donahue, and continues to be a priority of our current CEO, Suzanne Clark, of how do we get the business community to help those communities? And furthermore, how do we also leverage our community colleges to help with that? I know that is something that we have actively looked at, actively worked on. And there are other parts of the business community that are trying to do that. As an example, JP Morgan Chase with Revitalizing Detroit. As an important example of that. And just, agree with you as well regarding, Competes or USICA, whichever version we want to talk about. But, we have supported the CHIPS Act. We have supported increased public and private R&D funding and have been lobbying on that as well. But lastly, with this commission, we want to make sure that we brought all sectors of America, of the economy, of the business community, academia, thought leaders, policymakers together, really to start to think through these issues. And in fact, even though this is a chamber commission, you've been here an hour ago, you would have seen, a witness from the ACLU and a witness from the Teamsters Union, because we want to make sure that we're getting those variety of viewpoints. But I would just say this, and we will be happy to share our results from this commission with you and talk about it and see if we can work together when we come out those recommendations. But part of what is so important here is not only that the United States remains competitive and remains the hotbed of innovation, which has benefited many throughout the world, but that we're also working with others who share the same values to make sure that we can put the structures in place to allow for AI to develop and benefit those as well. So we look forward to continuing this dialogue with you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the inclusive way that you've helped structure the commission, and appreciate the support on the CHIPS Act and on endless frontiers. I agree with you on the need for AI research to be in the United States. And I was talking to a professor at MIT who does research on AI. One of the reasons people say, well, why are you calling for an increase in government funding on AI research when the private sector in this country, as you know, probably 8-to-1 outspends China on AI? I said, because, you know, look at the work at MIT, where what they're trying to do is figure out how do you have AI which doesn't require extraordinary data. You know, when there's a young kid who learns the word cat, you don't show him 1,000 pictures of a cat. And if we can do that kind of research, that's going to make us much less dependent or vulnerable to a society like China that has huge amounts of data. Now, that's something that's in the public interest to fund. And I think that this commission can help create the recommendations and guidelines of what it's going to take for us to lead the world in AI. I certainly think our values, despite the challenges of our democracy, are much better than the values of China when it comes to who we want to be leading the platforms of technology. And I much rather that we be leading that technology and setting the values. And the Europeans don't like this when I say this, but I said, you can't innovate in policy and not innovate. This doesn't work. The tech companies in my district, they run circles around the regulators because they don't understand the technology enough to enforce it. America still matters the most in the world. You know, we need to make sure that we're leading when it comes to both the technology and the enforcement of the regulation. And I think your commission can really help us in that deliberation.
So, on that point, I think we would all agree that the United States has every advantage we want to have. We have a set of values that the world desperately wants, particularly now. But what we don't have is a strategy, right? Like to address these issues in a way that can get the kind of broad support that's needed. You know, you said earlier we're going to have a bill around investing in the country, which is clearly a super smart thing to do. Need more of that, which is clearly a super smart thing to do. How do you get the kind of broad-based support around a notion of a national strategy around something? You know, like interest rates were really low for a long time. Now they're going to be higher. You've been talking about investing in the country for a long time. It would have been better to do it. You know, you see the missed opportunities of not having a strategy. How does this somehow get articulated into a national strategy that, well, not everyone will agree with, but most get? How do you think about that?
That's a huge question.
An easy one.
Well, I think the work you're doing is starting to create a sense of national strategy, but I think we act when we feel a sense of urgency. And the question is, what is going to make us feel the sense of urgency on economic and on having a real economic strategy? You know, because I'm a political junkie, and I was reading about the debates in 1992 that Paul Tsongas, Bill Clinton, and Bob Kerrey, and it was all about economic patriotism. Was we won the Cold War, but we don't want to lose out to Japan and Korea. And I said, where is the concern on the economic development that we don't lose out to China and we don't lose our middle class? This, to me, ought to be the central issue in our modern political debates. I mean, John, you ran for president. I don't think this was the central issue in any of the debates. And it's odd to me why that's not the case. It seems to me so almost cliche to say that we ought to be focused on an economic vision of revitalization and an economic vision of making sure we're preeminent. And by the way, that cuts across geography, race, and gender. I mean, the same deindustrialization that hurt Black Americans in Gary, Indiana, hurt white Americans in Galesburg, Illinois. Both need economic revitalization. Both need middle-class jobs. And by the way, we don't have a person to waste to compete with 1.2 billion people in China. So I think the more of the voices that we can have that say this is the urgent point, and the more we can find this to be a cause that rallies business, labor, as they're doing here, Democrats, progressive Democrats like myself, conservatives, the better chance we have then that be something that the country responds to. And finally, to the point that Tom made is, business can do this in partnership and other things without even government. And I think the great thing about this is this can be a collective mission of the country where everyone is in it to sort of strengthen our economic base. And you're thinking about AI and technology is going to be a key part of it.
Let's hear it for Ro.